Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. It is October 19th, 2025, and I'm still the host and co-host and participant and attendee. And as we know, we can wear many hats and show many faces. And I was just thinking when I saw the outro of that video, was that the way they sort of target or connect to Earth, or it seemed like that was, in a way, a picture of the 3i and some of its interactions. But I'm sure all of us have many, many things to say about what's happening. I think we're all waking up, as Mr. Keshe indicated. We're just starting to become aware we're part of a much bigger structure, and what that structure includes, we'll have to find out more and more about it. And I keep equating it to that little baby you bring home from the hospital or whatever and put it in the crib, it has no awareness of its bigger structure. It doesn't know what town it's in, its house it's in. It looks at the ceiling and doesn't even know what a ceiling is, and starts to become more and more aware. So I think this is what's happening. Has no idea what the parents have planned or going to feed it or and the rest. So in a way, this is our position. We're realizing we're not the center of the universe. And of course, we realize that physically. And now we're going to realize it, I think, more and more on the energy dimension. So welcome each and all. Hopefully you'll participate. I think a lot of people have something to say. I see some old friends are here from the reactor group. And who else did I see appearing? And please feel free to contribute. Yes, somebody from the Brazilian team, Danilo. I haven't heard from Danilo in a while, but I'm glad to see you're still around, still investigating. Yes?
Sorry, Mark.
Yes.
I just want to know if the top right corner is someone sharing that they don't realize, or it says the host, and I think Alex's name was on one of them.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Maybe it's my screen. I don't know. I'm just saying on the top right corner is the little round white circle and then the other white circle showing someone is I don't know if they're sharing the screen or what.
Yeah, right now I can see that the top right corner
now
is off white. I'm black, and right now it's got your name on it.
Yeah. Now it's got Irm's name on it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I see your name.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And do we need the name, the face, or even the place? But before we go any further and allow people to share whatever you'd like to share and the way you see this, of course, Mr. Keshe always says you see it the way it pleases you. But now what he said, he's going to create a project about these layerings, and the soul will be able to have you see it the way it wants to be seen. So this is another interesting test that Mr. Keshe will be running. He called it layering or something, but perhaps someone can explain more. But before we go any further, let's go to our World Peace Treaty, which again, it's not everything the Keshe Foundation was about, but it is. Let me see if we can just bring this up a little bit better. Okay. A little bigger. But it's just the next step to get to the next step. World Peace Treaty, something the world leaders will sign, again, not necessarily with a pen, but with the pen of their soul, and I'm sure the other souls will know. But this is just reconfirming our ethos in a way, and this is what he was saying about the 3I, that we have learned an aspect or starting to understand the transmutation, but we still haven't become full men of peace. And I think more and more of us are sort of realizing and moving in that direction. I almost want to play that video. It's about 7 minutes. I think it was someone from the Brazilian team. I don't know who brought that up, but she was saying, I don't want to kill anymore. So this is a move in the right direction, I think, for all of us, and perhaps the fields are changing. I could never see animals or fruit or vegetables or any other thing than a man as really another person. But now, as we understand deeper the process of creation, we know that the soul's, once it's created into a soul, we have to respect all life. And this is part, I think, of the enlightenment. You become peaceful when you're enlightened, or perhaps we can say once you're enlightened, you become peaceful as well. So this is the World Peace Treaty. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation. You can search it on any sort of these search engines. And again, it's between you and your soul. We're not collecting them, but this is part of the, in a way, introducing or adding to man's knowledge a new science. And of course, this is part of the new ethos, where the stronger feeds the weaker, or the idea that we're here to serve and not be served. And this is all part of the structure that we're moving into. So this is the ethos. And then, of course, the language. And I could never figure out the language. We know words like nano, and that's part of the Keshe Foundation or GANs, but even in Dr. Gatwa's language, the beautiful language of Gukoyu, he's added about 40 words, 30, 40 words to his language community that weren't there before. So he's providing a deeper understanding, and this is part of the work I think all of us will be doing. We're all carrying I don't mean new words in your language, but just little things or big things like that, that we can all carry a very small piece of this very large carpet. So, would anybody like to read the World Peace Treaty? Is it big enough to read? I made it bigger. I'm learning how to use this mechanism ever so slightly.
I can read, Mark.
Would you like to?
Yes.
Do you have to be fully 100% peaceful to read this? I mean, does that
I'm
mean
not sure.
you're a saint or something?
I'm the process.
Me too. Me too. We're all in that process. But yes, thank you, Claudia.
Okay. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this, we, all agree and swear with my nation, territory, council, religion, city, town, body, and soul. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate, whatever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know what your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other create beauties of Creator. Thank you.
Well, you're certainly not using any tools of war. You're not in the military. Why would you need to sign this? Or anyone else who's not in the military? Because this is what I just explained, and this is what I had a hard time working through when I used to hear people that used to say, oh, we hug trees. They called them tree huggers. And again, I don't know if they were eco-terrorists putting nails and causing other damages, but I could never, even though there's so much beauty in flowers and other things, and I've heard about some of the tests where they connect wires or whatever and they play different music or give different intentions, but it never clicked as much as it's doing today, being in and around the Keshe Foundation and understanding this process of creation and more about how it works from fields or rays into fields and then into a plasma and then a number of other steps through a physics and a chemistry and a biology, and then a soul is created, and we call that the love of creation. And once it's manifested with a soul, either in the matter state or not in the matter state, that energy package has to be respected. So to me, I've grown in this understanding, and I struggled with it quite a bit. Am I going to lose, the food and all the rest of this? But some of the tests we've run in the transmutation sessions have definitely touched some of us. Perhaps we've gotten a little bit of a gift, but also in your thinking and the comprehend, especially when he said they don't have red blood, they have green blood. This is in some of the private teachings, and you can't hear them scream because they don't have a tongue. But yet, when they do record some of these plants, so this is why we call the vertical people or the plants the vertical people, and the ones that move horizontally, the horizontal people. And I guess since man moves in both directions horizontally, and we walk vertically, we sleep horizontally, so we're sort of operating in these. So it's a beautiful knowledge that's been extended. And as Mr. Keshe said, we're not going to ask you to stop eating without giving you something that will replace it. So I think they're quite far down the road of feeding plasmatically, and that's part of the One Nation network program that's being developed and set up. As he said, it appears to be a gaming system, but there's more to it, I think, and more bits will be added over time. Did you want to say something? I see your mic is open.
Well, I was just thinking, women are really good at using their words as weapons, aren't we?
Well, how about their eye? I remember Mr. Keshe saying, watch out for the evil eye.
That too.
I don't remember anyone putting the evil eye on me, but maybe I didn't notice. But yeah.
There are different kinds of weapons.
Sure. Okay. Your tongue can be quite a weapon, right? And this is what he said about the thinking, speaking, and acting good. We can play that little clip. But yeah, no, we've got quite a bit to learn about ourselves and our structure, but it's beautifully made. It's just we haven't been able to tap into the beauty aspects of it. We're still kind of caught. And I don't think it's all our fault, as the universe didn't provide the energies it was supposed to provide. That the soul doesn't become indented. The energies are there, but because the energies are not there, now the physicality has to scramble to figure out a way, and we know what that way is. So again, we all grow into this knowledge at a different strength and a different speed, and everyone's okay. As I see it, is where they are. Your soul knows much more about you and what you need than I do, since it created you, and what you're here for and what you're here to learn. Okay, any other comments on the World Peace Treaty? But again, this is part of the whole enlightenment in the fields of peace and this energy that's being brought to bring more of a balance, step by step, collectively. But as he said, from the ant to the lion to the man, and then across the universe. So if anyone wants to say anything about what they've been experiencing, I know Mr. Keshe indicated that you may feel something, or perhaps I'll play this little one. Again, we were just talking about killing. And as Mr. Keshe said, he doesn't call it killing. He calls it stealing energy from the others. And that can be done. Again, it can be done, as Alex likes to say, or just said, with the loosh harvesting, where you try and maybe you're not actually eating the person, but you're saying something to get a reaction that you can feed on that somehow through the energies. Maybe Alex knows more. But here, and again, this idea of eating, as Mr. Keshe said, he struggles with this every time he sits down for a meal. But yet he says, why am I doing this? I know how to feed off the fields, but yet I guess there's a learning process in all of it. So let's just hear this. I think it's 7 minutes. But again, just getting the idea of moving away from killing. If you're made in the image of the Creator, which we all are, which every created thing is, then we can all dine the way the Creator dines, without any destruction to the creation. I think we're far from there, but maybe not as far as we think we are. As Mr. Keshe said, we're already feeding ourselves 80% of the energy we need. We're only 20 short, so it's not a big gap, especially with universal systems and the other things. And again, this is not the first place it's been done in the universe, if I could put it that way. Okay, let's just take a look at that, and then we'll go back to our program, which it's all part of the program.
Okay, well, perhaps we can take a question from Danielle, who says, good morning, Mr. Keshe. Thank you so much. You have been explaining to us for a long time that we should not kill to feed ourselves. And every day I reflect on every meal I eat. I talk to and touch my fruit trees with the intention of of exchanging energy with them, but I am still hungry. I feel an urgency in this understanding. I don't want to kill anymore. We have great changes in this world, and every day I feel the great need we have to learn. Could you teach us how to feed ourselves from the fields in a very simple way, as if you were teaching a child?
That's a battle I have more or less on every meal. Why do I eat? I know how to feed. But maybe a shortcut to convince myself is that I have to go do the path of the man, to stay with the man, to know the principle of the man. There's more or less not a day which I don't face this. There's a way to do it, you can do it, and I mean, I went on a path of trying to, but on the path of trying to, I found more weaknesses of the man and everything else there, which is very amazing. But there are ways you can do. There are many, many ways you can do. It's you can create an environment, which is one of the best ways to do it. Environment of the combination of the fields, what the body is made of, and what converts itself to. Then you can more or less go without it. Some of the knowledge gets went into the gas material, they were still eating, drinking water of the gases and the rest of it. If we be lucky to be observers, or in the next weeks or months or years, of those who come to this planet as an energy and convert to the physicality of the man, and we come to know them, then you understand how you can do it. Maybe man learns, teaches, but with the systems we are building, this 10,000 units, where you fall, we pick you up. When you go into doubts, we feed you with strength. And you will understand what it means. Because it has to become a second nature. Those of you who have a urge for not to eat, because I get many, many communications from you, not excuse. I don't want to eat, I want to blah, blah, blah. But understand why and how you can do it and how you can change it. It's not just not eating, how you tap in. It goes back to the question we just answered. What is your fear of death? Because you think if you don't eat, you might die, or you might not be here. You have to satisfy the emotion of the non-existence or death, and then you understand why you kill, and then you understand you don't need to, and then you change into taking energy. In the coming months, I'll run a trial in one of our research centers in creating a condition for life to manifest itself in multiple layers. And I'm setting things up very slowly, very gradually. And then it won't be a hologram. It'll be a dimension of the soul, how that soul wants you to see it. A fish, a cat, changing from the cat to a fish. And just making the preparation for it to be done. And then you see it's you who decides, and you can tap into it. This is why I don't understand. I try to understand the process of the fear of life. what I call the fear of life is, why do we have fear to lose life? We do anything for it to be here to torture ourselves, where we can actually enjoy the life without actually dimension of physicality. Is that touch? The biggest problem for man is that cycle of touch, smell, taste. They call it the five senses, and I call it the five prisons. And we have imprisoned ourselves with our senses to this physicality. If you let it go, you can live in any dimension. And you
Okay, anyone want to comment on that? I remember when I first heard Mr. Keshe say you could feed yourself without eating, I said there is no way that I could possibly imagine, this is years ago, of course, how this could be done. But even the ones in the UFO, he said, they're feeding on something, and hopefully it's the pure cosmic rays or converting them, as he said, into the energy for food or energy for power, or whatever. So it definitely can be done. This is the way the creator operates, and to be perfect, we're going to have to get to that point, but it'll be gradual, and I don't think we'll miss it. Or maybe in the future, as he said, people will frown more and more upon this when they start to understand, but it's a process we're all going through as a collective and individually. But we could be sped along a little bit with the help of a feeding system. And again, if you get hungry, anyone else want to make any comments about this idea of feeding the way the creator feeds?
My impression of this feeding thing is that hunger can be handled, actually. I don't get hungry at all.
How what? How what? I missed that.
Hunger can be handled. Hunger can be handled.
How hunger can be handled? Okay.
Well, I mean, that I can transfer the energy, and the energy transfer happens. But the one that I'm struggling with, in the sense that, let's say, I mean, I am fairly skinny, so, but going to, like, I want to gain weight. This is what I'm trying to get to, is that I want to, wherever I am, I want to gain weight by feeding on energy. That I haven't been able to achieve. I mean, it's kind of like I can get off food, but, I don't get hungry at all. I have done 2-3 days, but I don't get hungry at all. But the thing is that I lose a little bit of weight. And this is that I have not been able to achieve yet, but we'll see. But
You'll have to
what people,
ask those Ubisos units that were in Linz. One gained weight, although it didn't change its size or anything. So would that be what you want? You see yourself heavier on the scale, but you're actually the same structure. Would that satisfy your emotion? Or
one thing I've noticed is that the hunger and the thirst, they're different, quite different for me now. And I intentionally, I don't want to kind of move away from thirst. And this is the part of the reason I'm kind of not want to do that, because the socializing part is still, I mean, main reason I eat is for
yes.
socializing. But it's very difficult to do. Really, the amount of pressure you get from people is enormous. But drinking, and I was traveling, so I had a lot more flexibility, nobody to interact with, and it was interesting because I actually it seems that I seem to lose more weight when I kind of like not drink a lot of water. It's an interesting thing. And anyway, so these are my thoughts. But I mean, and what practically there is no need for hunger. I mean, there is no hunger pain to me at this stage. I mean, this is solved, but I want the transmutation aspect is that I want to have it. And when I transmute, I mean, let's say I'm transmuting from here to another place. I am here in, let's say, X weight. I transmute there with Y weight, and I transmute to another place with Z weight. Is that something like that? It's not like I want to gradually build up or gradually lose. I want to like change it whatever I want, depending. It's kind of like, it's part of the transmutation process. Now I kind of like the food and the transmutation is close to each other for me. This is how I'm looking into it, but I think last Thursday something changed. And I'm not quite sure, I haven't tested it out, because, if you look at that diagram, where, generally if you look at the diagram that Mr. Keshe usually shows, the physicality usually is not at the same balance point in magnetic gravitational field. That is, it's not vertically aligned. So if usually it's on the left of the picture, and solar physicality usually is way left. But there was one case where there was a transfer, three distinct type of energy transfer that happened. I asked the question about it in that knowledge seeker workshop. In that knowledge seeker workshop, the soul of man and physicality was completely aligned. And last Thursday, it was like that. But the soul of man, physicality was distinctly farther away. I don't know whether there was a difference because the scale of the diagram was changed, but this vertical alignment changes something, and you feel it in the meeting of like direct connection, as if it's direct connection with the creator. And when the reason why it's so intriguing to me, because when I did travel, like, try to connect with the creator, there is a distinct feeling of this vertical connection. I get it has been for the last 2-3 years or 2.5 years, something like that, since the first public travel I did in one of the enhancement units. So something that is very distinctly different when there is a direct connection. And solar physicality is kind of playing a subsidiary role. And this is my kind of take on it. Anybody else want to add theirs?
Yeah, I have. I was wanting to. Actually, I would like to know how everybody experience it when they feel like they have to eat. What do they experience? For me, it's not that my stomach is empty, it's that my brain is empty and I can't think. I have no motivation and I can't think clearly. And that's when I try to stuff myself with something that'll make my brain work. So that's basically it. But I can live without much food, but I cannot think without food.
Yeah,
Anybody?
he wants to make it difficult. Again, we're already doing it 80%. It's not going to be like pulling teeth. There is a product in the store, the Nutrigans, but I think he's going to be delivering it in a way through the One Nation Network, which is this one. This is part of this delivery. There is an offer here, which I worked with, and it worked for me, at least for 2 meals a day. And I've been on it. So this is called the Keshe Nutrigans, and you can just hold them in your hand for 30 minutes. One is fruit, one is herbs, one is red, which I believe would be the white. And what's the other one? I haven't used them in so long I can't even think of it. The fruity, the herbs, the white would be the meat. But anyway, you can hold these in your hand. And again, it's different than the food GANs the knowledge seekers make, but I think even more powerfully, it'll happen through the One Nation Network. But this is what I started to work with after doing intermittent feeding for 6 months or longer, or I didn't start eating till 3 in the afternoon, and then struggling with the whole thing. And of course, sometimes messing up. But as we heard in the video, when you fall, we'll pick you up. When you become weak, we'll strengthen you. So this is some of the things I think. But this is an offer to try. And since February 7th, I've skipped 2 meals a day almost without fail, if it happened one time or whatever. But it's worked for me, and I stopped. That's about when I stopped using the system, maybe at the end of February or whenever. I don't remember exactly. But this is what he said about all these systems. It ingrains it within you somehow, and I don't know that process. But just in the fruity one, I thought I was very, when he said we put the energy of 1,000,000 apples in the fruity one, besides other fruits as well. And of course, you take from the vial takes from the universe. It does not deplete as the normal food GANs that we would make or try to make does, as he said, when you remove. So this worked for me, but I think it'll be perhaps much more powerful. Anyone else want to answer Erms?
I have some more comment on mine, and that is that I have gone without breakfast and without lunch, but I get nothing done all day until after dinner. Then after dinner, when it starts getting dark outside, I start working in the yard till it's too dark to see. So this is not very efficient, and I need to change it. So I need to change something.
You're the captain of your ship.
Huh?
I said you're the captain of your ship.
Yeah, right. So if I really need to get something done, I eat in the morning, and I have a cup of coffee or eat chocolate or something to a stimulant, some kind of stimulant to get going.
Sure.
But that's not what I want.
Just sharing the way you're experiencing it actually helps other people to experience it and understand more about themselves. Thank you, Erm.
So I would like to know what other people experience. How do you experience hunger?
Well,
I'm like you.
I'm not hungry. I eat all the time. What are you talking about?
I'm like you, Irmgard. I have to have something first thing in the morning, and it's usually just a cup of coffee and a bran muffin, and then nothing till supper time. But the problem with me is I like to work late at night, and I get hungry. And then if I eat, it almost upsets the stomach if I eat trying to go to sleep, because the body is in digestion. You can't get to sleep. So then I just consume more plasma water, and that seems to work too. But I agree with the fact that the brain needs energy to wake up and do work.
And that's the whole method of this new system where we feed the soul and the soul feeds the physicality. Right now, we're feeding the physicality to feed the soul. And this is the little catch 22, because of the energies that the soul cannot, there's not enough energies for the soul to get that 100%. The physicality then eats, and that provides the energy that the soul needs. But I'm sure the soul doesn't like taking it that way. It becomes indented, as Mr. Keshe said. Anyone else would like to hear from someone else? Anyone else want to share anything about this? Comforter, I see you've opened your mic.
Hello. Hello, Mark.
Yes.
Greetings again. I went a little bit without eating.
That's all. You just try it. It's like when we give to the world leaders, when we do it collectively, maybe people start out with a nanosecond. That's all. And you build up from there if you want to.
Excuse me. I said I went for a month without eating.
Wow.
1 month?
Yeah, a whole month.
But remember what he told Andreas when he went so many days. He said, it's just not the stopping of the eating. You have to learn how to absorb the energy. So it's just not a one-sided, one-way street here. We have to figure out ways of absorbing more, as I understand it. And that's
Yeah,
why they're
that makes a lot
putting
of
the
sense.
energies in here that were not.
Comforter, were you drinking?
Yeah.
So you drank and then you never ate
Never.
anything?
Yeah, I never consumed any food for about 30 days, only liquid.
Yeah, and we're not the only group. You see the breatharians doing it, and I think Azar put something in there about the autonomy people where they don't eat or drink water, but we're not doing it so far as not to feed.
I'm trying to find out from him.
We're doing it
trying to find out from him, Mark.
Release souls. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Comforter, can you expand more on how you felt and the process? You said you didn't eat, so when you are, I mean, did you drink something? And when you said you didn't eat, did you ever chew something? Or how was your breathing? Can you expand a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Originally, there was a reason why I stopped to consume anything edible. That's important, I guess, maybe to point out. And that was because I had a tooth infection that was very close to an abscess, becoming whatever they call abscess or something. And I wasn't able to swallow food at a certain time. It became so painful to swallow food that I stopped to try and swallow food. So I started going about 30 days just drinking milk. During that 30 days, it felt very, very good. Like you was just speaking about something about what Mr. Keshe said in the field, and it's like going into a state, and you got there. You're in the zone. I don't know how else to put it really, but like the meditation, it was like I was constantly working every single day, keeping myself active. I woke up in the morning, I started work, and I didn't think about food, and that was it. Unfortunately, I ended up in a hospital, and I've come off that. Whatever I managed to condition my body to get to that state is just no longer there anymore, and it doesn't seem to be so easy to get it in an instant. I wish I could be exactly where I was right there, right now. That's the honest truth. It's not something you can't just project yourself to it. It took building up to it, I guess, maybe mentally, and then I had a reason. Okay, so
it's conditional.
Yeah, I don't think it didn't make a difference, because now I know that, right? Mentally, anyone can just overcome that mental obstacle of, okay, you don't need a reason to stop eating. You know that you could do that without the reason.
Yeah, that's true. But your situation, to me, it was conditional, because if it wasn't your condition, the tooth infection,
yeah,
you probably would be a slow process, and then because of your condition, something compensated that chewing, and you preserve that energy.
100%. I took all the knowledge that Mr. Keshe had put inside of me, and I realized this is the moment now. I've got to push myself over the edge of the cliff and say, well, hang on a second, I can't swallow. I know I'm able to go without eating. I'm not gonna, I don't need to tell people that, but it's easy. So then a person can just do it. It's,
right.
Taking the steps. That's what it was. It was walking, learning to walk. Excuse me.
Sometimes
Right.
we think that the things that's not so good for us is not good, but was I think a step for you to learn. And I saw this morning again the video, a little video from Mr. Cash, that the key is detachment. But in the video, yeah, Mr. Cash explained that detachment plus the knowledge. You have the knowledge, but you some way, some because of this infection, you detach from the food, and I think it was like a present for you. It's not so. The infection was not good.
I was thinking
It's
that
like a
too,
present.
Claudia. That was something, I was thinking that too. Perhaps that's something the soul taught him, even though it was under the condition of, in a way, a tooth infection. But the soul showed him that, yes, you can do quite more than you think, even in a condition of having an infection like that.
Definitely. It definitely did that. That was a lot to do with it, that the soul was showing me something at that point in my life. I was already going, before the starting of not being able to swallow, I was going with eating very little, and I was in a mental state that it wasn't easy to put a person's not able to put, it was the busy bee. And it's not always easy to be a busy bee. I'd somehow projected my life to be a busy bee, and constantly being the busy bee was the motivating factor to, okay, you know, mind over matter, you could do it, because when you're busy you don't realize all of a sudden I now know I've got too much to do in my life. And listening to someone a couple months ago talking about, you know, like, if they're not eating, then there's nothing to do. What is there to do with your time? And you start thinking about this time factor of, and I remember going through that with myself in my own life, realizing, you know, all those different, I guess it's steps, but you know, it's on a journey of getting to the that's the soul. You know, it's the yearning. Hang on a minute, every moment is precious, and I've let another day and another day slip by, and all of a sudden one day I had this waking up. It's not always there, but something switched on inside of me that I'd become more conscious of. Life is important, and you know, every moment is precious, and I had certain opportunities to utilize things that, you know, if we have to make the choice. If we don't, you know, if we snooze we lose. And I realized that it's very easy for a lot of people to get carried away with a lot of that in life, and I had to decide which side of the coin I wanted to be on. So I had a wake up, a kind of wake up call for me, realizing that I wanted to be more of a feeling of accomplishment and productivity, and that was the driving factor for me to, you know, that totally took my mind off of the food. And this was, you know, a foundation. This wasn't the month of not eating. This was a foundation leading up to, at the time, Mr. Cash was working on the Mohan program, I believe, and I missed the whole thing because I went into hospital. Strange. Always the greatest things happen when I stop paying attention. But
I'm sure
that
it's
was
still in the archives, Comforter.
yeah, a lot of things are. My whole journey with the foundation is in the archives, but I could write a book about it, just, you know, as a personal story.
Many books will be written, I'm sure, or maybe not. He says got to be
We're
careful.
all writing our own.
Most of the books are tainted. But let's go to the One Nation Network, and let's see how this cosmic ray material and the rest can do so much for us. Again, we've taken that part out of the equation. You don't have to create the cosmic rays. You don't have to convert them to from digital or from plasma to digital to kinetic energy, he said, or have to convert them to emotions. This is all done within the system. So let's hear a couple short clips, I think, on this One Nation Network. And again, the tubes, the Nutra GANs is there, but I think this system is, again, I don't want to say no matter state involved, but let's hear what Mr. Keshe says about this. And this came after the question about somebody's son was getting processed in the Ubisos, And they're still working on that. And we learned that you do need, it's like exercising. I think I goes to the gym often, and I used to have a Russian coach at one time. And yes, you need a recovery period. And Mr. Keshe has always said that allowed the fields to, or the body to absorb or balance out whatever energies came in. So you do need a bit of a break. And so this is the what Mr. Keshe said about the One Nation Network following that.
You'd like to say, Mr. Keshe?
No, but
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, Rick.
Hi.
I just the Universal Network unit.
Yeah.
When there's enough around the planet, will that create between the people that have that unit like a group consciousness, like a connection between each one of us?
It should do. It should do. These units, the first lot, should be out sometimes, we hope, by the end of latest November. As I said before, 7 units and 3 control units have been completed. Is in the hand of the people who work with it. They start finalizing, writing, whatever it is, takes 2, 3, 4 weeks to complete, secure it. And then once they're happy, the units will start going out in a batch of 100, 200, and we add the antenna to it. The physical side can be sent out straight away, but it needs to be loaded with the programs. The other side, which is from the universal system communication, we are testing things in our lab for the completion of it, maybe next 2 or 3 weeks. So you receive the information on the net, but you receive the energy and cosmic developments on the side of the second part which you receive. And this should be able to set up to create the energy for forward energy for what we call wellness and the rest of it. And then that will affect.
Yeah.
What we've seen in one of the tests is conversion of the universal field into vibration, which means it takes its frequency. And this is very important. What this means is it works on the harmonic, if you understand the work of the systems. Rick, I'll send you a picture. Let me see how I can get it. This is this brings in the play what we call the structure of the change of the universal system into what we call to physical dimension, changing the universal energy or energy of the plasma or energy of the matter to matter energy, which manifests itself as vibration, and then it becomes energy depending on what the vibration is, which creates what you call frequencies, and then a combination of creating it. This is a very small video, but very significant. You have to understand. Let me see if this cannot be done. Tell me that. Okay. What you will see is significant. And Rick, I'll send you this video. The significance of this, what you see is conversion of cosmic rays into matter state and energy, which
and again, the system does all this for you. There's no process of learning how to convert cosmic rays and the rest of it. This is all done within the network itself.
I have to. I saved it, but it doesn't come out. Let me see where I can find it.
Mr. Keshe, with the cosmic ray balls, would there be useful for the One Nation network and the cosmic ray balls? Is there a interaction between the two?
It can be, yes. We can tune into that. Is part of the structure we have set up.
And again, back to in case someone was wondering, and you can peruse the store, of course, yourself, but he's talking about the cosmic ray balls. This is apparently 1 gram of cosmic ray material. And as he said, we still have to teach you more about using them. And it's a beautiful presentation, and these are €1,000. But there's more to it, and you can hold these in your hand. And I don't have these, but apparently there's been many reports of people who have experienced a different emotion or a different energy just by holding them. But there's more to be taught about these, and as he said, we can tune them into the One Nation network. Okay, let's go back to our...
In the future, yes.
Right.
Just wait 1 second, please. I send this, you can see. Break is loading on your channel. Give it a few seconds. Then I'll tell you when it arrives, you can go into it. And then you understand this is very important. No energy input has been put into this. It's just receiving combination of 2 different layers of the combination of the cosmic ray into a matter state, creates a vibration, and then you can use this for anything. It's some of you might think, it is not what you see, but this is taking pictures that we don't reveal what we do, but it's about our internal, what we call...
Right. They're not showing you how to do the carbon-14, but you're getting access to it through this system. And again, no one has seemed to be able to create. If they have, it's been very, very minute amounts. And again, maybe the smaller amounts are more powerful than the larger amounts. As Mr. Keshe said, the man goes for the bigger and the stronger. I always go with the weaker and the smaller.
Works. Let me see. Rick is sitting with you if you download it.
It's coming in now, yes. Just with me a minute.
Yeah. This vibration, if you look at it systematic, and is conversion of cosmic energy to kinetic energy. Or we can do it for anything. It's important. It means we can convert digital data to analog data and everything else, and at the same time we don't need to change it to analog, we don't need to change it to digital, we can change it to emotion. And then your emotion and the thing creates a physical motion, which means you become in control of by your thinking. This is a huge step in this development.
So is this part of the process of helping the transmutation? Anyone? It does seem that way. You can create anything and be in control of what you're thinking.
Any of these things
please.
Whether we want to use, one nation system or the cosmic ray balls or any of these things, there's this aspect of assisted, in a way, learning process.
Could you start over?
Can you hear me?
No. Could you start over again from the?
Hello?
Please.
Okay. Okay. So what I'm getting to is that with one nation.
We've got to get you a cosmic ray antenna. I think he may be still talking. Okay, he's dropped out. He'll normally come right back in. But I'll just yes
connected.
Okay,
can you hear me?
Yes, I was just
So
part, but go ahead, please.
So, one nation network systems and that's the cosmic ray ball. These are essentially assisted programs. In a way, we have an easier way of accessing cosmic energy. But if we don't have any of these systems, do we have access to cosmic energies? We do. But it takes a little more, let's say, soul effort.
Or finesse.
Well, I mean, effort at the level of soul. There is no, there is no, physical quantitative thing in there, because soul does not operate in that arena. It's all energy. So, and that depends on how we access the energy. And we all have the capacity to access any level, at any and every level of energy. But the thing is that, assisted programs such as the ones that is being discussed is a way to learn to do it. And which is necessary, since we haven't been accustomed to how doing all these things. Manifestation, yes, I have been able to do it. I will say it clearly, but I won't go too far into it. Is it possible to manifest things? Yes. But it's not very, it happens sometimes, but not all the time. So I have access to it, I get glimpses of it, but then it kind of fades away. It's kind of like that. It's sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. So this is at physical level, I have been able to manifest, but the thing is that it's, in some cases I can do it, and in some cases I can't. So the access, the practice, specifically what I was referring to, the diagram, the easier we have a direct connection with the soul, the easier it gets. But what happens is that the sideshow is the soul of physicality that interrupts. This is very distinct, and I have, as I was doing these things, I could feel the soul of physicality coming in and all the conditioning kicking in. Things were progressing, and then at some point it triggers that kind of like, essentially it's a field that's trying to block or filter. And what I intend to do. So, it's the sideshow, the soul of physicality on the left side of the diagram. And there is another energy flow that comes. You can see the diagram. There is a vertical line coming from the top to the physicality, and then there is one that comes from the side and goes down to physicality again. Two separate, distinct lines. And this line is the culprit. So the one of the things that diagram shows is that in addition to sending energy to physicality, the soul of physicality has to be handled. It's not enough to connect to physicality. So this is one of the things that in my experiments. This is without any devices or anything, that I have discovered to be an important part. And I just wanted to mention that the soul of physicality creates a blocking field. And in different situations, it does it in different ways, in different situations, depending on what I'm trying to do. But much of it is conditioning or planetary learning or whatever we have. But anyway, I just wanted to bring this up, and it corresponds very well with the diagram that Mr. Keshe was showing last time. And so I'm just confirming in a way what's going on in the diagram with my experiments. But, so the energy transfer is important between both the physicality and the soul of physicality. And so I have some clue, but I need some further test. But anyway, I just wanted to add this.
Very good. I know in yesterday's presentation, Mr. Keshe said if you were looking for field XX and it's not on this planet, your soul has every field energy of the universe. Our physicality has every element on this planet, but that field XX is not here. Can we connect to it? He said, absolutely. So we have every field in the energy dimension within the soul of the man. And we can tap it and yes.
Master, Mr. Keshe was trying to show how it works. Yeah, what you described, you've attained, but the concept of producing vibration from fields is what Mr. Keshe was describing. And that was the first time it's happened. So two fields coming together could be the two plasmas, like the soul of physicality you're talking about is interfering. So when two fields come together and interact, one higher, in this case, the cosmic ray was the higher one, and one lower, that interaction produced some type of vibration, which if it becomes a pattern, it develops into a frequency that can then produce that outcome, the physicality that we're looking at. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I just wanted to add, my thought was that it was very similar to, in a way, similar, I say, but when he taught about the bell and the frequency and the glass and the vibration, I thought that was perhaps setting us up in a way to understand this part a bit more. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, you're actually right, Mark. Those teaching from the glass and the water and was where he was. Remember that scintillization teaching? He was trying to describe how it came about, how frequency. He was describing the definition of frequency, but in this case, they were able to produce that. You saw the concept now. So now this has been produced because the fields have produced a tangible physicality, which is vibration. And then from that vibration, then you get that frequency. So in a sense, is the concept, what Mr. Keshe had in the patent, it was there. He was describing it, but they're now able to produce it to where it can be a physical tool. Go ahead, Marcel.
This part, I think, if you can think of it this way, you have two fields interacting. One is flowing, and then another is kind of like stopping the flow, and the potential builds up. And once it, crosses a certain point, it's kind of like cross over a boundary, and there is a flow that starts. And once this flow starts, you are essentially you are at the peak of the frequency, at the highest point of the value, and then it starts dropping, and then you are and once you drop up to the certain point, the field that is blocking can come in and again starts the build-up process starts. That's how the frequency and come into play, whether it's at the physical level or at the energy level. You can do it at the both the levels. And Mr. Keshe had a description of how the AC current is generated in the copper structure, and and there it's around 60 hertz is the best match for going up and down. So you can create, think of copper condition creating the 60 hertz, but at a certain other frequency level in the field, you can create similar blocking and unblocking condition. So you have to have a bit of a memory type of, it's a capacitor type of structure. It builds up the energy, releases it, and and then once it reaches its capacity, the current flows again, and then then it once it diminishes it up to a certain point, then the capacitor starts charging again. It's kind of like that. Basically, that's the idea, and it can be at the physical level in kind of electrical system. It can be in the material of the copper, which is the 60 hertz that Mr. Keshe has talked about. And it can be any levels. It doesn't have to be in the physicality at all. And, in a way, this drama of going up and down has to be there, which in the plasma world, we call it the heartbeat. This kind of drama, I call it drama, but this is my term for my understanding. I just, I look at it in a kind of like a humorous way. So we need a dynamic in the flow for things to happen. And if there is if two fields are far apart, they don't interact and there is no drama. They are completely independent of each other. But once they're close enough, you have interaction and the drama starts. And, it can be constructive.
Do you call the drama vibration?
Drama means in that, it goes up and down, there is some contrast in the interaction. Between two people, if there is not a strong enough contrast, it's not that interesting. Even in voices, when we talk, if we talk in monotone, it's boring. If we introduce pause or change in the volume and things it's much more interesting. So in songs, you see this. But there has to be a harmony to it too, of course. But field interaction has to have these kind of up and down aspect to it. And there are many frequencies and they have to harmonize together. And we see this in music and songs. And in creation of a complicated system, such as a human body, you have the same kind of musical relationship or design of frequencies, because it is essentially a cluster of interactions put together. We call it human body. And it is harmonized beautifully, and we call it a beautiful human body. So just like a beautiful music. So once we have many of these vibrations harmonized, we have a creation that is an expression of the energy level at the physicality level. So in a way, this has to be there for us to, see our creation in a way.
When you say the drama, is it like, if there's two people and they're sitting in a room, one person's talking, the other person's kind of feeling like he's in another place far away, and then they join in a conversation that becomes the drama, that no
Yeah.
longer gap in the
Well,
distance.
it can be harmonized, like let's say what we are doing in this meeting. But if we all of us start shouting here and talking over each other, sometimes it happens inadvertently when we are not tuned in as well. But and then it's no longer an interesting situation. It's too chaotic. And if we don't, none of us talk, it's too boring, nothing is happening. I'm just giving some extreme examples, but there is a certain sweet spot in the middle of this interaction where each of us talk, bring up an idea. When we stop, another one brings up another idea and things like that. So there's harmonics going on. So this is the physical level interaction coming into the field of interaction of energies, which are our thoughts, which are all going on right now in the background, and they're harmonizing with what is being done physically by talking to each other. So all these are interrelated. I hope I'm not getting too complex, but I just wanted to give you the essence of it in the sense of creation versus physicality, creation at the energy level, which are our thoughts as we are speaking here, and then we are speaking.
Okay, Masvek, someone put another question in the chat. Plasma has no matter and no shadow. Masvek, is this as you sense it? Thank you.
Well, plasma doesn't have a shadow or a matter aspect, but once the field comes close to each other, there is an interaction, and then there is manifestation. Plasma itself doesn't have anything. It's only in interaction that we have thoughts, we have physicality, or whatever else there is. Energy level, matter level, it doesn't, but it has to have interactions.
Yeah, Master, you're correct, and I appreciate that. Now, going further, if we have that physicality from those vibrations, and then it becomes frequency, and then it can produce the physicality. So now, it's possible to have the signature. So let's say the physicality is like a football. You did all that, and then you produce that football. So now there's possibility to go back and figure out the signature of that frequency with the one nation, one network equipment. Because it's two fields coming together that creates the vibration, then create the frequency, or then produce the physical entity. So now you already have a fingerprint of each stage. Is it possible then? I know it's possible. I guess that's my answer there. Because when you have that signature of that physical produced football, you can then go back. There's an error, then you know what. You can then, if something is definitely wrong in that production, you can go back and say, okay, this is how this field produced that, this field produced that. And this is this is where I'm looking at the One Nation network, because it's all producing field. That's where it will become more important. And that's the transformation that we can get if we want to produce oil, if we want to produce gas. And so we have the signature, these fields already embedded in that One Nation equipment.
Yes, this is the thing is that, in order to manifest something, and I asked this question to Mr. Keshe specifically, few knowledge seekers work about materialization of gold in the experiment that was done in China. So and I said that I was asking the various materials that were produced, the oxides, were they exerting the necessary field pressure to create the manifestation? So yes, they create additional environmental conditions so that the gold can be produced, whether it's on planet Earth, inside planet Earth, or in the lab in China. Mr. Keshe added an interesting thing, the emotion part, in his answer. And he said it in several different ways, as you may remember him saying it. So this emotion, what does this emotion do? See, once you create, let's say, this set of fields, it's a collection of fields, and you manifest a certain material, what happens is that the environmental condition always is interacting with it, and the emotion provides the dynamics to correct it. In a way, you have to subtly balance things depending on the environmental condition, whether if it's in some mountain, on top of some mountains in Beijing, or some mines in some other part of China. So it's not, you know how the football looks, but given in a certain environmental condition, that footballs start to disintegrate. So you have to have some additional fields to make sure that football's integrity is maintained. And it's not constant. It depends on the interaction that football has with the environment. Put it in a damp environment, the skin of the football will rot. In a dry environment, you have to put some oil in it. Compensating fields. One case you have to dry it, one case you have to oil it to make it not dry. It's kind of like that kind of condition, but you can do it at the emotional level too. So this is that question answer. You can listen to it several times. There are many things he said in there, but I just wanted to kind of highlight what he was talking about in materialization aspect of things. And anyway, the emotion, it's not enough to have the complete, as you are saying, this complete specification of the full field. You have to consider the dynamics of interaction of wherever you are presenting this creation. And it comes as a complete package. Make sense?
Yeah, totally, indeed. That's beautiful. And in a sense, the physicality doesn't matter anymore because you have unlimited way of producing it, as long as you have the fields. And then you say emotion is integral part.
Yeah, certainly. So anyway, so it's not complicated really, but it's not just two distinct fields. It's a field within field within fields, wheel within wheels within wheels. I mean,
Right, that's always gonna be. Yeah.
Yeah, you can take another term from our science called fractals. Same idea, similar idea. But fractal is more visual and interesting because the energy fields really do interact like that, and there are a lot of examples of it everywhere in nature. But anyway, you get the idea. But the basic thing is that what is in the material level, it also exists in the energy level. Actually, it has to be at the energy level first before it can materialize in a way. But then again, time comes into play, which is another story. I don't want to make things too complicated, but but you get the idea.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it all right to ask to have a little conversation?
I did.
Sure. I have some limitation in terms of I can only stay for 20 more minutes, but go ahead.
No, not specifically with you, Masrek. I'm just asking in general for like a chance to talk.
Okay, good.
You want to talk? Go ahead.
Sure. Oh, okay. Please, thank you so much. I have a few things, not just one thing. I guess.
Can you it rather brief. I did want to cover this, and there's another video on the One Nation Network, but please take what you need.
Excuse me, you're right. Yes. Danilo, are you there?
Let's see.
Not sure if Danilo's here.
Yeah, he was here. I don't see him at the moment. He was here for the beginning.
Yeah, maybe he's not here. I don't know if Randy's here. Randy, are you here?
Here, yes.
I'm here, front and center.
Hello, Randy. Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Yourself?
Yeah, very well. Very well, thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering, as a fellow knowledge seeker that hasn't been so good at keeping up with people, how you've been. Actually wanted to mention, I remember years ago, I think it was you that introduced me to Danilo. And me and Danilo have kept up all these years, actually. We've been keeping in touch as knowledge seekers. We haven't made any major breakthroughs, unfortunately. So there's not much to report there. But it is something I can definitely thank you for. I'm not sure what happened to Danilo, actually. I was hoping he would join in to make the conversation a little more of a conversation. I know he is a busy family man.
Okay.
I have a few things that I want to ask about. Maybe if there may be any knowledge seekers that know what kind of GANs. I believe Mr. Keshe mentioned a specific kind of GANs that is able to remove if a person has some kind of chip.
Okay, why don't you put that question? Are you in the American Telegram, Comforter? Why don't you put and see what sort of responses? I'm not familiar with any of that, although we are subject to the plasma without a doubt. He's been through this many times. There's no reason.
So, Mark, I'm not sure if you remember a knowledge seeker called Zane Lott, I think was his name. Remember? A knowledge from the old reactor group meetings. There used to be one of the knowledge seekers there, Zane. Do you recall by any chance?
No, I don't. I'd like to go back to the One Nation Network if you could.
Excuse me. Oh, okay, never mind. I just wondered if you remember anyone up with. Just because he was working on some things that you're speaking about, and I remember he was like the chef of making the right combinations for getting. Anyway, excuse me.
Yeah, and there's very few of those, as I understand it.
Yeah, so we need him back. I don't know where he's gone.
Well, this is why, as Mr. Keshe said, we're not going to tell you how we do it, but we're going to give you access to it. And this is what he said with the electric gas unit as well. And I think so many of the other things. But let's go back to the One Nation Network. We'll never get through it. I think this is where they're going to play that short video, which has a lot of meaning, but maybe somebody wants to comment on that. Thank you, Comforter. Carolyn, your mic is open. Did you want to add something to or join the conversation? I can mute it for you. Or maybe you need it open. I don't hear any feedback. Okay, let's go back.
Right in the lab, and so we can convert. If you look at this vibration, understand it, you can change this into what we call magnetic field motion in the plasma section that can create lift and motion. But with emotion, which means you don't need a system to fly by thinking you can do this. Is a very what we call to you is a little vibration. This is years of research and development. And in the interaction of these systems in the environment themselves, it can lead to creation of many, many other things. There is another piece of information which is in many ways will bring the changes. With this, understanding this and developing a new part of this technology, which allows the lift, the emotion, and whole thinking done to be done in one go. This shows itself in a physical dimension. But if you understand potential difference and the vibration with this, you can create motion, you can create electricity. And it's the way the energy is done in the cosmos. So nothing is used. This is just connecting different dimensions of the field strength of the universal magnetic field together. They're passing through this planet, and for the first time we can show it that they create vibration and motion, but now we can control it. And this little vibration is change, and it brings a lot of things because it does everything. You can make it vibrate according to your emotion. And then you understand the control, and then the vibration which creates the energy and the matter with it. Any other question?
Okay, so much more we can do with these systems than we realize at this point. But I didn't see the lift and the motion at all. The video was rather shaky, but again, this is what he said. It's a major development. This little vibration brings a lot of things because it does everything. And then you understand the control and the vibration, which creates the energy and the matter with it. Wow. So again, out of the reach of us being able to create it at this point, but certainly we have a way to access. This is what I'm saying. Let's go back. We made this video earlier or last period about more about the One Nation Network. The background is mostly through this network.
Very good, thank you.
There's something I forgot to tell you. Please, when you receive your units in the next 4 or 5 weeks, or maybe sooner or later, please do not do anything with it, but just to plug it. We do the rest. Do not tamper with it. Do not try to connect it to a computer. Do not do anything with it. As we will try to bring it into the point that all of you, when you receive the second part, connecting the second part to the first part sometime in the very near future, you start connecting with the rest of and possibly beyond of, and be able to receive a lot of things through your systems. The first part is a man-made part. Second part is connection to universe. And don't touch what you receive. Just plug to where it says and stay with it. Don't touch it, don't play with it. And see what changes it brings to your life and the people around you. We need it for you to understand. When you start receiving your second part, just take it out of its package and connect it to the first part, and that's all you need to do. And it has a structure of energy like a soul. You tamper with yourself. And then maybe you can release yourself from eating and the rest of it. These systems will be a dual system. One is the one which you carry your coins and your other bits, information and teaching, and at the same time it carries a dimension of connection to what we call universal teaching. You deprive yourself from receiving the knowledge. Any other question?
So again, you don't need one of these networks to get into the game. All you need is a coin or a wallet where you can collect your Keshe coin that you won on playing the Enlightenment game. So to get into the system, you just need this. But with this unit here, you can earn automatically per year 2.4 Keshe coins. I guess he was playing on our greed in a way for the first 2,000 units that are marketed, as I understand it. Okay, there was something I wanted to cover on the research. Any other thoughts? As he said, you'll be able to, these energies can come in as food or they can come in as power, as you need electricity. I think this will be all added in the future time, but it's just being set up, it's just being tested, it's in the initial stages, and it is a gaming coin, and this is the way we're sort of approaching it at this point. And of course that game will allow you to purchase different items within the Keshe Foundation store. So let's go to the research. I would let's just see. He mentioned something about the research which I wanted to play. Let's just see if we can back this up to somewhere. We'll go back to that, because this is where many developments are going to happen. And I wanted to, he was stressing about if you have a company or something and you're interested in sort of merging this technology or your technology with the Keshe Foundation technology, get in touch with the foundation. But let's hear a little bit more about this. Perhaps we're starting a bit early. And what we're talking about here is the research teams. Again, it's being set up. It is 25,000 euro, but if you have a business and you're successful, you're merging the your technology with the Keshe Plasma technology, and you have a son or a daughter, you may send them for future sort of improvement on your entire system, or maybe even going into a different direction of what you're developing now or marketing now. So this would be something while the business continues to run, stays within the family. Foundation doesn't want anything to do with your running your business, although there could be an exchange of shares, as Mr. Keshe will point out.
Second part is connection to universe. And don't touch what you receive. Just plug to where it says and stay with it. Don't touch it, don't play with it. And see what changes it brings to your life and the people around you.
Okay, we're still on the other one now. The one
we needed for you to understand. When you start receiving your second part, just take it out of its package and connect it to the first part, and that's all you need to do. And it has a structure of energy like a soul. You tamper with yourself. And then maybe you can release yourself from eating and the rest of it.
Okay, we heard that. There's something...
These systems will be a dual system. One is the one which you carry your coins and your other bits, information and teaching. And at the same time, it carries a dimension of connection to what we call universal teaching. You deprive yourself from receiving the knowledge.
Okay, I think I'm in the wrong spot.
Any other question?
Sorry about that. I sort of lost my place unless I marked this wrong. Maybe it was at the 156. Okay, about the research, maybe it is 156, or we'll go just to 157. I think it's 156. I have it as a 0. Okay, just a moment. Let's just see if we can find the right place for this. Okay. Let's see.
Okay. Was that you, Mr. Keshe? And
Yeah.
okay, I thought it was on her movie there, and got a little confusing. That wasn't my voice.
Okay.
All right.
Those of you who run operational companies using cache technology, due to the things which are about to happen, and it's developing, you can become part of the market cooperation in the stock shares exchange. If you have considered, and it's good for the market cooperation, you can become part of or in share exchange when negotiation is done for your company to become part of the stock market in US as a subsidiary or the boundary of work of the market. There you take the shares of the market, will take the part of your company, you become part of the structure, and market corporation becomes a shareholder and a promoter. As what is about to happen, you will understand in the coming weeks what is going to go. You can choose to stay with the Keshe Foundation, or you choose to become part of the market corporation of the United States as an operational entity. You still stay independent, but go on the total work of the what we call international work of the technology. What is happening, as I said earlier on, we haven't changed course. We are mature enough to stop or to the way we've done and start a process of bringing different aspects of technology into what we call validation. At this moment of time, the stock exchange in what we call pink sheet in US, and very soon, coming months, maybe a year or so, in Shanghai stock market. This is what we're working on, and then we split the two sides of the non-Chinese and the Chinese cooperation partnerships will be done through structures which are setting up through Shanghai Cooperation, or what we call stock market, the same as we done with Mockery, but now in a very systematic way. The work has started, and you'll hear very soon about what's going on. Any other question?
Okay, so we've highlighted the One Nation Network. We've highlighted the research centers, which Mr. Keshe would like to, apparently 200 to 500 of the top scientists in the world. But if you have a company, you also can do research and sign non-disclosure agreements with the foundation to improve your product, help it manage, even work out some sort of stock and become part of a bigger structure of Mark Ray or one of the other corporations. There's also, of course, in the Keshe Foundation store, there's a Halloween offer. If we can just take a look at that, I'm sure we're all aware of it, but others who perhaps aren't. And again, these are all surprise packages. There's different layers, 250, 500, and 1,000. And of course, you will get usually, or without a doubt, more than you bid for. So, and this will, I think he said today was the last day to place an order for the Cosmic Halloween package, but there's also one for Christmas, and hopefully that'll be done. They're ahead of schedule on these surprise packages. So this is another opportunity for you to receive some of the plasma technology, but also to support the foundation as well. Then, of course, there's the transmutation test, which I think they're developing materials. Perhaps he said there'll be some interesting aspects if they get to that point by this coming Friday. But the next transmutation test, again, another way to keep the Keshe Foundation free to develop for humanity. And this is a €500 session. And of course, it's plus the value-added tax. And this will be one of the last, I think, in a series, but it may pick up as something else in the future. So this is a way to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And we're all aware of this, but for those who may hear this recording for the first time. And again, there was a small part that we want to play. There's something, and I was looking in the store earlier about the satellite souls, but I didn't see anything in there. You can write info@keshe.foundation and say you do have an interest in the becoming a satellite soul. And as he said, how they were at, he said you're already in it. So again, he indicated that we can use your, if you sign up for this, they can use your soul without you even knowing about it. And this may have happened. So we're just going to try to zero in. I'm not exactly sure where this one starts, but let's see where we are.
Which is genuine and is coming from the different observers and observer laboratories, more and more confirms we are dealing with a spaceship. Very highly intelligent spaceship. And one of those spaceships which colonizes, because he shows that characteristics, has too many passengers downloading. You have to understand the process of creation of the soul. Then you don't need nickel, hydrogen, and the others. You create the soul. Stop being physical matter state. Work with energy, you can get what you want.
And that's our true nature, is the energy dimension.
Any other question?
Nikolai in our webinar chat has a question about satellite souls. Is there anything that those who have signed up to be satellite souls can do to support the process we are currently in as mankind?
You are already in it, you don't know. I remember, as I said once before, when we start asking for a World Peace Treaty, some brilliant objected that I have committed my soul to Christ. I cannot give that to the foundation, so we don't give it to the foundation, you give it for the peace between yourself and your soul. It's the same with your satellite people. You, when you accept it, you're already in it now, especially with what we set up. Then, as they say, the process has begun. You will understand. The most important thing is, ask your family, ask your friends, see what they say about you, how you changed, and how they see you compared to the past.
Okay, that was the end of that question. Any friends or relatives or lovers or anything report any change with anybody they'd like to share? Or did you feel or notice anything that's changing within you? I was glad to hear all the interactions earlier. Thank you. Hopefully we're moving past this fear or being overheard in public of saying something that the others may not want you to say. Hopefully we get over that. But at the same time, as Mr. Keshe said, you can hardly say anything today before they want to come after you for one reason or the other. So we're still in that. But I think on the One Nation Network, we can kind of let our hair down in a way once we have the cosmic antenna hooked up to it. Initially, it'll still be on the existing system, but it's rapidly to work with both the energy dimension and the matter dimension. And as he said, if you don't interact with it, then you're depriving yourself of the knowledge somehow. And this is what he sort of referred to yesterday in that meeting between the Brazil team and the Chinese, that you would you would start, as you played this, one of the points that hit me was he said, as you played this game, somehow the system will know what you need and actually tap into the universe to, in a way, provide it for you, or to provide an aspect of it for you. This is what I thought I heard him say yesterday. I know he said you would share the knowledge. As soon as one person understands it, the others will have the same knowledge. So this is, again, where we sort of teach each other, but not even by explaining it with the mouth. This will come through plasmatically, as I see it. But again, I think there's a lot of surprises and things that we could never even imagine could happen. All right, there was much more I wanted to cover in this Q&A workshop, if you want to call it that. And that's one of the reasons I make the little videos, because I heard Mr. Keshe say at one time, sometimes we learn more from the Q&A session than we do from the teaching. And I thought, oh, that's interesting. And so this is the reason we made these little sort of, I call them reactors in a way, or appetizers, that somebody who is looking for a certain answer or a different aspect of looking at something, and they hear Mr. Keshe, perhaps they'll become more and more enamored with the whole process. So as he said, sometimes we get more out of the Q&A than we do out of the teaching. All right, so we're going to go to create the Dome of Peace, which is still part of the whole process of the Keshe Foundation. And this is the first step, as we all know, which is releasing of the GANS waters on Sunday, but you can release them at any time. But collectively, it's 12 p.m. and 18 p.m. Central European summertime, or Central European time. So this is the first step in creating the Dome of Peace. Plasma knows where to go, what to do to bring the balance. And as he said, it's this whole structure is connected together. We haven't seen it fully, but I think we'll see more and more. Everything is connected in a way. And there's a reason for every part of what we're doing. We just haven't fully understood it yet. So this is something for the physicality to do, releasing GANS waters, very simple. And it has a profound work in the background. It continues to work.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, thank you again. And perhaps, I'm not sure. Gee, that's almost the same time setting. Okay, we're just going to move and see if we can pick up something on this graph that Mr. Keshe showed about how we've all sort of entered into this dimension of universal energy. And this is what we use in the next part of the creating that Dome of Peace, is that we, in a way, gather our collective energies as a beautiful bouquet. Okay, we're going to go back here if we can. I think this is part of Ozar's question. And let's see, one more minute. Okay, sorry. For these in the future, we'll have them all properly marked in the rest of this.
And questions, yes.
Okay, you want to hear Anne Marie's question? Alex, I hope we're not taking too much time. We'll continue with this for a few more minutes and continue the second half of the Dome of Peace shortly. But I thought everybody, again, had a taste of this energy dimension. I think this is where he shows the graph. But he first answers Anne Marie's question, and that was about what was that about? It was yes and yes. I remember that. It was something about the way Christ was created. Let's just hear.
Any other question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe. We have a question from Anne-Marie in German. Translates to, good morning, Mr. Keshe. Was Mithra's daughter born to a woman? And if so, did the mother know about it? And was Jesus's origin the same? And does this have anything to do with comets?
The answer to the first question is yes. The answer to the second question is yes. I don't know what you're talking about, the last part.
So the daughter of Mitra was born of a woman. At one time, he said the Mitra was just symbolic. So we'll have to see again. He likes to put in a bit of a twist on many things. As he said with the capture of the CO2, there's a big twist in it, and it will benefit the Keshe Foundation in the future. Let's see if we can continue with this. I think this is where I want to be.
It was
Mark, there's a difference
Jesus's
between daughter of a
origin the
Mitra
same?
and Mitra.
Go ahead.
Mark, I said there's a difference between daughter of a Mitra and Mitra.
Yes.
So it's two different things that you're talking about then.
Right, but he said that Mitra was born of a woman.
The daughter of a Mitra.
Mitra, right, right. This new soul. And Christ was born the same way. He said it was a yes and a yes.
The soul, yes. As a physicality, no.
As a soul, yes. As a physicality.
It's two different things.
And do these births have anything to do with comets?
Not really. Historically, things are put together. When we get these things, comets are comets, they bring out. When you get other conditions, they bring enlightenment and enrichment, and with that comes new cycle of wisdom. This has been and will be not only for this planet, but the whole of the universe. So we see this right across in every.
Okay, I think this is where he's going to show that you were totally surrounded by this universal energy, and this is what we use where we meet on the soul level, is this universal energy. So let's just hear this little bit.
Every shape or form. We lost the pictures I was loading up for you to see. Have a look at your pictures now, and then I try to explain. I'm going through this rig of bringing things up. Share photos. Dip, 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 dip. I have to choose something from this, and I explain to you one by one. If you remember the pictures of the past we had, was very interesting. We had the division and separation. If you see the shape of the picture today, because of the connections and system we set up, if you look, your shape is somewhere around here. This is your side. You are totally encircled in dimension by universal energy. The soul side, the soul of physicality side, and then this is your dimension of physicality. Through the connection we set up, you're all in a different, receiving different energy, and I expect that a lot of you will behave different and will receive and be very, very different in that structure. Just wait. You're looking at the picture. I lost my system. Just a couple of minutes once it's connected.
So it does look like if you were in that workshop, you got connected to the.
Let's see if we are reconnected. Yes, we are reconnected again. Shit. I go back again, and if you watch, if you remember, and it's very faint. This time it's not very clear. So it means what we set up to do. It's a new structure, and with it, you see your line is all scattered here. Scattered here is here, soul of physicality, and then back in. Before you had a bit there, comes bit here, and bit there. Now you're all different. Watch this. Let me clean up because otherwise you have a problem with all these dots. And watch this one. This is the most clear one. If you look, because of the energy cycle, because of the position, we are transferring through this time, through the new system. If you look, you have a little here. Is a spreadic, this, which means we have totally connected you to universal energy. And if you want to know why, how this is, maybe we can show you something very strange. Let me see if I have it here. I'll show you. Leave it or no. Cancel. Stop sharing, go back to share. The corporate is another version of this. You've never seen this material before. You all are getting interacted with this. It's not white. If you see it, depends on your thing. It's a shade of light, very, very light blue. This is a new addition to the piles of the Keshe Foundation materials. This is the first time you can see carbon-14 on the cosmic ray level. But what is interacting with you in the systems where you saw is very much on the energy side. And you all are reacting to it. You all have reacted, are interacting, and we'll see by the end of the day where this will sit. You have all shifted away from physicality. We don't see any physical condition at all here. Which this is what we set up here, to connect to your soul and the dimension of universal cosmos, and you see it. We don't need to explain. And this was the purpose of today's testing. This was what's missing to transmute you through the dimension of the field of the universe. And then we have a switch system to change you to matter state or the physical state of the gas. You see?
Okay, again, this is, it sounds like they're putting you in an envelope in a way. He says, and then we have a switch system to change you to a matter state as a physical state of the GANs. So let's, since we've all gotten exposed to some universal condition at some point, let's go to the second part of the Dome of Peace. And this is where we'll take a minute. Again, physicality not so much involved, but the energy dimension is. We'll take a minute and give to the world leaders to elevate their souls.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Anybody? Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe. Thank you.
Okay, again, thank you, Shweta. And this is a process that happens on a regular basis every day. You can join in this 9 p.m. time zone, wherever you are, versus the CET or CEST time for the elevation of all souls. And now everyone who's been in that teaching is apparently connected in a way. You've had an experience in this energy dimension. So join us on a daily basis, not a formal meeting. It's just an energy dimension that we go into. And again, we understand we do have sort of 2 natures. One is an energy and one is a matter state. So now let's just take 1 minute and give to the world leaders and others who soul needs help. And we can do this beautifully and collectively on the energy level rather than using the physicality he said wasn't involved in this process. And this is the way we bring the change. We're not going to roll up our physical sleeves and get to work with our hands and our feet and our mouth, but we're going to use the universal energies to bring the change until a permanent peaceful condition on this planet has been reached. So this is a process we continue. So let's just take 60 seconds, starting now. Okay, and as Mr. Keshe concluded, or Shweta said, and don't just do it once a time, do it all the time. So we can work together individually and together. And the beauty of it, as we heard from Mr. Keshe, is nobody fails this test. You may have the exact field or energies that are needed in this beautiful bouquet. That's what we used to say when I was in another group, and we used to say, if you don't join us, we might lose. You may have the what everything is needed. So it's a collective work. And this is the beauty of operating on the energy level. You're not alone. We're doing it together, and nobody fails the test. So congratulations, everyone, that we're starting to work and starting to understand more about our energy dimension, as he said, which has baffled us. And this is the part. I think we're ready to go into the teaching. Anyone want to add anything or something you've been holding in that you wanted to say? Please take your time and bring it forth if you'd like to. We all have microphones. And thank you, everyone, for respecting your microphones. I'm sure as this group grows, we'll have more and more microphones, and hopefully they'll be not open inadvertently, which does happen. We can accommodate for that as well. So if there's no thoughts or questions, let's go right into Alex's presentation, which I'm sure he's prepared expressly for this group. But as I've been saying, may your teachings, Alex, spread far and travel wide, not only on this planet, but across the universe. And thank you again for putting a presentation together of your understanding or many aspects of this knowledge, which helps all of us. So Alex, if I haven't put you to sleep, I think you're ready to go. Thank you and welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, and thanks everybody for joining us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Let's just get into this business, please.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of Gans process.
Oh, you want us the fast version?
We're in a bit of a rush.
Well, you know, they used to play those commercials on television. Remember where the guy talked so fast you could hardly understand it, but it was all there and apparently acceptable.
I guess in many ways it increased your attention.
Thank you for waking me up.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of Gans processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us today. And yes, this is the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting of 2025, and we are all part of it. And that's one of the beauties of the Keshe Foundation, because In a sense, what we're talking about is activating the grassroots level, and we are the grassroots. And the reason for that, of course, is because this planet needs us. And that's something that is part of the awakening for most people. We have this craving to be needed, and we've always been needed. It's never something that we've lost. So please join us on this trip as we embark on the new series. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We are discussing the intermediate GANS technology now. We're introducing a subject called transaction zone. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It's October 19th, 2025, and this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as we've been trying to distill all the information into bite-sized pieces, we find that we have an extremely large number of bite-sized pieces because we've been doing this for many years. And here is a schedule of what we have so far accomplished to the end of last week, where we finished the basic GANS Tech series, where we're discussing GANS as a popcorn, its polyatomic nature, the direction of flow, the epitome of love as it's manifest in the GANS affinity, and of course the GANS matter. And this is all designed to allow you to have a different perspective on ways and means that you can teach, because each of you is individual in terms of your knowledge and your ability to present, and you must work towards your strength so that you can help your neighbors or those you connect with to follow through with the new technology. And we are trying to move ahead. And so we are going to discuss the transaction zone today. And what is the transaction zone? Because this is a new phrase. It's trying to figure out what is the best way to describe the inertia field. And we know that a transaction zone can be a store, can be a restaurant, can be a bank, can be the stock market. But in the plasma science, the transaction zone manifests itself into an inertia field. And so what does all of that encompass in this phrase? So what we've been trying to do is to bring together the teachings of KAKT Keshe, as we see in book number 1, the universal order of the creation of matter. And so this is a transaction zone where we're bringing the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter together. And so we have a manifestation of one field. And then we have the structure of light as outlined in the book number 2, where we have the go-between two matter fields. That go-between is also a transaction zone. And then, of course, book number 3, the origin of the universe, we see another kind of transaction zone where we have the one field breaking up into the sister universe and man's universe. And so that breakup becomes a transaction zone. But our small scheme is centered around man's universe. And within that scheme is planet Earth. And it's a tiny little speck in man's universe. And we are on that speck. So we are a speck on a speck. And that speck is our transaction zone. So for 400 weeks, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have bringing forth the concept of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And if you look at what it means, is that we seem to discriminate by skin color, or we discriminate by country of origin, but we are all from the one planet, Earth. That's the one planet. And so what happens when we engage other planets? Who will discriminate who? Isn't that an interesting question? Because if we're discriminating amongst ourselves, then what are the limitations of this discrimination? And if we are discriminating each other, and remember that both sides have to discriminate, then what's going to happen with the universal community? Are they going to discriminate against us? And we don't often ask that question, let alone get an answer for that question, because we're not understanding the true nature of the plasma science. So we are used to the higher strength eating the weaker strength, but the plasma rule is that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so wherever it feeds, it becomes that binding zone. But when you bring these two fields together in terms of our self-serving needs, we see that as a point of conflict. And in reality, it's part of the manifestation of the inertia field. And since we come together into a weaker state, that weaker state is of a lower energy state. But to compensate, it becomes more dense. So that becomes an inertia density manifestation. So what we're going to suggest here is, because we could construe it as a binding zone, or we can construe it as a conflict point. But how about we just call it a transaction zone? And then whether you want to have conflict there or you want to do a binding, it's it's entirely your choice. And feel free to make that choice. But remember, your choice has consequences. So this is the issue that we're facing, because we all need our energy binding for self-serving purposes. That's our current dimension point. But if we are doing it at the expense of others who actually have the same issue, then we are diminishing their dimension point strength. And in fact, we are robbing them and cheating them. And the problem with this really extends to the fact that we have opportunities to draw energy from other places that are far more, shall we say, lucrative or far more energetic. And so we seem to settle always for the lowest common denominator. And we learned that in basic mathematics in public school. And why are we always settling for the lowest common denominator? Can't we settle for a higher common denominator? Why do we always have to go to the bottom? Why are we always scraping the bottom? Oh, well, it could have something to do with terracing. And terracing is where you have a connection by gravity. That's right, we are focused on gravity. And if you take one pond and you have another pond or a body of water, and you want to connect the two bodies of water, the water will flow from the upper to the lower, and we call that a falling gradient. That falling gradient is actually a transaction zone. And what we don't see is the exchange of energy that is coming from the upper field or pond to the lower field or pond. We just see it as a connection by gravity. But interestingly enough, if you've ever had to do siphoning with a hose, you will find that you have to initiate this falling with an external force. And that once you create this connection by gravity, you no longer have to input that external force. The falling gradient just continues because the component of the connection is all the way through from start to finish. And so if you have a motion that is facilitating this connection, then you have to make space. So in other words, the water has to come out at the bottom to allow the water to come in at the top. And so the connection, be it by a waterfall or be it by a siphon hose, is the transaction zone. And so let's discuss in greater detail what that means. Because when we talk about this falling thing, it's a falling towards increased density. And we fall at many, many different angles. So it's an angular density, and it gives us an increased pressure. We translate that as increased gravity. But fundamentally, in terms of our social structure, we have an increased dependence on Earth space feeding. And we didn't say what kind of feeding, but there's this pressure, and it's an internal, like a popcorn pressure, where it wants to expand the GANs and the tensity of the GANs. And so we get to be categorized as fallen angels. But since angular momentum is conserved, we never ask, where did we fall from? And why did we fall? And why did we fall here? And those are just some of the questions, not all of the questions. But the thing is, when we look at the social dilemma that we face, it's actually a louche dilemma. And so many of us practice louche harvesting, which is the personal energy and vitality of your existence. And so some people have this single-minded intention. They like your honey and they want to steal your honey. And others who see this as a, shall we say, a progression on your part. You know, why make something and build something when you can steal it from someone else? And then, of course, there's a apparent benefit. You maybe make more money, or you maybe acquire more power and influence. And so other people see this. And so this translates into what we call a hive mind intention. And this gets embedded within you. And since we are basically bags of GANs, as we've discussed before, this is a representation of our GANs intention. And so where is this limitation, and why are we in this dilemma? So we have to understand that it is affecting our vitality. And so all of us are seeking an emotional and physical revitalization, if you will. And years ago, when we were younger, we just assumed that when you get old, you become decrepit. But we find that age is not the determining factor. What is more important, are you a louche leaker? In other words, are you leaking your own vitality by giving your time and attention to things that don't matter? And, you know, when we're looking at vitality, it's bad enough that we're working from a deficient point of view. But if in addition to that we are leaking, that's a double jeopardy. So with the Keshe Foundation, what we've discovered is that there are many commandments, and they seem to pertain only to the humanity species. The dogs and cats don't seem to have any commandments, and yet they seem to be well organized and when treated properly, they are very, very friendly. But they have the same lack in terms of nutrition and food. And so they wish to eat. And it's very important to be truthful to a dog or a cat, because it's hard to explain to them, well, we don't have any food today, so you're going to have to go hungry. And so it's a wonder how they're going to react to that particular thing, because they can't communicate with you in terms of words. They can only communicate with you in other ways. And we all know about the love and affection that a pet can give you. So it's very important that thou shalt not lie. And the reason for it is because if you want peace and harmony with your pet, you better be truthful. But we are more truthful with our pets than we are with other humans. And it's a wonder why we have this lack of compassion for other humans. And it becomes part of our hive intention. So we find that poker is a game that can be played on Earth because we have this self-serving attitude. But there's no poker playing in outer space, because the game of poker is a physical game. And so truth seekers have a dilemma, because they have an accountability to themselves. But when they see a liar, and poker players are excellent liars and deceivers, do we accuse them or do we shield ourselves from them? But in this dilemma, liars have a dilemma as well, because they have an accountability to their soul. And the question for them is, do they quit lying or suffer the consequences? Because the truthfulness of the Gans is that there are consequences. So they may be delayed, but they're still there. And the reason they may be delayed is because we're not operating on the transmutation highway. We're operating on the transmission highway, which is the lowest carbon 12 highway. There's an intermediate transition highway, the carbon 14 highway. The transmutation highway, which is what we're striving for as part of the Spaceship Institute, is to get to the carbon 16 highway. And each of these positions is a transaction zone. So when we're talking about these different energy levels, we are talking about energy zones. And as such, they are uniquely different in terms of, shall we say, vitality. And so we discovered that when we made the cups of life, because we incorporated the nanocoding process of the monatomic science to create the GANs. And the GANs was a reflection of our inner space that was also showing the emotional strength that we were having. That emotional strength can manifest in our emotions, but also in our physicality. And we had 2 cups. And as a result of those 2 cups, each one being a transaction zone, we created different GANs radiation manifestations. So we had the CO2, the calcium, zinc, copper, water, and amino acid GANs. And now we've graduated to the production of gold GANs, among other things. And we're having trouble in this public teaching to keep up with the advancements, because now they're accelerating, and they're moving a lot faster than what we're used to on a physical plane. And it just goes to show you that if you want to keep up, you're either going to have to work harder or you're going to have to work smarter. And of course, if we understand the cup of the universe, that's where the smarts come from, because we have a bicameral mind with 2 hemispheres, and we see how they come together with the emotional zinc and the physical copper GANs. And then, of course, the connection to the carbogen, which is a connection to the universe. So you have these 3 fields and they come together. And so the mind becomes this transaction zone, but the mind is incapable on its own of doing much in the physicality other than sit there like a blob. And so, of course, now we have to have an interaction with a place, and that place is our earth space. And so the earth space is also a transaction zone. And our connection to that earth space is the inertia field of cup number 4. And cup number 4 is the transaction zone. So in order for us to manifest our universal GANs, we have to have a place. And then the interaction of those two is that transaction zone, which we, in simple terms, call life. And that attribute only extends to what we see in physicality. But when we look at the susceptibility of the GANs, and we say, well, something is something, nothing is nothing. So therefore, something is always something as opposed to being something else. Well, how does that happen? And so when we look at the GANs in its singular nature, and on the picture on the left, we're looking at the top of a cup, and we already start to see this transaction zone in the bottom, where we start to see a rotating field. And in the right, we can actually see that this rotating field manifests into a hole where there is no GANs, but there is water. But there's water all around, and that water is contained in a glass. And we can see through that glass, we can see through the water, and we can see through that hole. And each of these is a transaction zone. So collectively, at the core of what we're looking at is the transaction zone of the hole in the GANs. So is that susceptibility in singularity? In other words, when we're looking at a star formation, as we did originally with the rotating balls, we found that each one created a field, and each one had a field strength, and it was changeable. And that changeability was not visible. So we just attributed the changeability to each individual rotating field. But what we now know is that it's actually a susceptibility in duality, where we actually create a dynamic plasma field, which is a combination of all of these fields. And so we say duality, and well, how do you have it when you have 4 rotating balls coming together in a star formation? Well, the thing is that the transaction zone in between is an amalgamation of the duality between each ball and the focal point of the star formation. So what you have is a susceptibility in duality because you have 4 dualities here with all 4 points of the star formation. And of course, we understand that 3 of the star formation are part of the gravitational forces, and the singular at the top is the magnetical. And so we now have a direction of flow. So when we're talking about destruction, when we're talking about self-serving needs at the expense of others, the generic question is, when 2 forces come together, is it destruction or is it creation? So just like we say, well, nothing is nothing, something is always something, as opposed to being something else. So destruction is a kind of creation. The question you have to ask is, what kind of creation are you creating? Because whether you feel as if you have control or whether you don't, it's something that you are creating. And this is the revelation that we all have to come, because we have the fundamental bringing together of 2 forces. And so which forces and how do they come together? and where do they come together? And so we look at the coming together as a susceptibility in singularity, right? So the transaction zone is in this singularity. But when we look at how these forces come together, we find that we create the basics of the X and Y axis. And we say, okay, well, there's a manifestation of a singularity. And this is coming from what we call PM ticks, which they themselves were in singularity. So they come together and they create this one force. And then that manifests into a complete three-dimensional form. And of course, in order to maintain that form, because energy is always in motion, we have to give it a track so that the energy can keep going without it leaving its containment. But these forces have come together. And so now they're in the containment. Does that mean more forces have stopped coming in? Have we come to the end of that? Or are they still coming in? Just like that siphon hose. Well, if they are going to continue to come in, and now that you've created this containment of a transaction zone, that means energy has to flow out. And so this is what we discovered with the nano alignment. We had a copper wire and we put a nano coating on it, but it was a carbon nanocrystal. And we had many, many layers, and they were coming together and they created a magnetical orientation and a gravitational inertia point in the core. And then through that field alignment, we had a direction of flow. So that was part of the nanotech series, and it followed the conservation of inertia rules, where we have a MAGRAV energy transfer state. That MAGRAV is a magnetical gravitational relationship, so that there's two sides to that relationship to create that singularity, but there's two sides of the equation. So you have the singularity on one side and the singularity on the other side, and then you create that equal sign that gives you this convergence susceptibility. And of course, you have these turning points where you can go from GANs to GANs, or you can go from GANs to nanostate, or you can go from atomic state right up to the GAN state. And these are all done in terms of physicality, or in terms of what we call matter state. So the GANs had a unique characteristic because it was like a popcorn. And instead of having one point, it had many, many points. And each one of these points is a negative charge. And so they all emanate from the gravitational positive charge at the center. And since GANS is a gas as a nanosolid, then the gas was in the center. And of course, we all know the gas wants to explode, or gas wants to expand, excuse me. So we had a GANS explosion. And this is much bigger, and we can see that with the naked eye. We could not see the nanocoating with the naked eye until we achieved the 30 to 40,000 layers. But in its singularity, we could never see it. We would need a special microscope to be able to see it. So now we can see the physicality of the GANs, and we say, well, how does that affect our Earth matter? Because the Earth is part of this manifestation of physicality of the inertia towards density. And so the question then is this transacted in singularity or duality? Because we only have the one Earth. So we could say that the Earth is in singularity, but there are many types of ganses, and the Earth is a composite of all of these different ganses. So when we ask that question, is it in singularity or is it duality? We have to say that it's in duality, but we didn't say which duality, because there is an interaction with each and every Gans. And each and every interaction is a transaction zone. Because there is a susceptibility. And that susceptibility comes into play when you take a look at the environment. Who are the neighbors? What is the field strength? And then we find that, wait a second, as part of this nuclear feeding inertia, we find that the Earth space is a complexity, but each of the Ganses are a fragment of that complexity, and each of the Ganses have a gravitational stability. But each of the Ganses can exchange energy, so they give us this dimensional portability. So they can go through various dimension points. And all of these points, as we said in the cup, universal cup, 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3, because you end up with the product, but the 1 + 1 is not destroyed. It continues to be there. So you still have those, and that's a neat transaction. It's like buying a car and you pay money for it, but you get to keep the money and you keep the car. Well, that's not the way our society works, is it? That's just wishful thinking. But the Earth space does work that way, because all the periodic table of elements are collective with respect to this Earth space. So not only do we have all the elements, but we also have the energy that manifested these elements. And so each of these elements, in fact, becomes a transaction zone. So what we have to understand is that when we are mining and we see ourselves as being able to dig, shall we say, into the crust of the earth and come up with a mineral, we acquire it by taking it from the earth. But the earth acquired it as a product of the transaction zone. So why are we working so hard to steal it from the earth? Why don't we just incorporate the methodology that the earth uses? Because it seems to use a whole lot less energy to manifest all of these elements than we are, because we need big trucks and cranes and backhoes and pickaxes and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. But I digress. What we have to incorporate now with the intermediate Gans tech is to understand this rolling singularity, because as part of the x-axis transmission, we see that we're moving perpendicular to the ground, and the rotation of the wheels of our cars, if you will, are perpendicular to the motion. So the output motion is aligned with the rotation. So now we have an impetus to create a movement on the x-axis dimension. But if we are on a slight incline, now we have a different kind of rolling. It's towards density. So this is part of the y-axis transmission. So we have two types of rolling, one along the x-axis dimension and one along the y-axis dimension. The rolling becomes the transaction zone. Where are you going? Well, wherever you're going is where you're not now. And when you get there, you'll be there. And where you are now, you won't be there. how did you get there? So there has to be some kind of energy transaction that allows you to go from here to there. And it has to take into account the x-axis transmission and the y-axis density transmission, because not all roads are flat. So however you go is that transaction zone. And what's important to understand that when we look at this motion, it is between two fields, right? So either it's on the flat, or it's on a slope going down, or it's on a slope going up. But the thing is that this transaction zone is not just identifying you here and there, but it also, shall we say, when we do racing, we determine the distance by time. We say, well, the travel from the first point to the second point, shall we say, takes 5 seconds. Well, how far do you go in those 5 seconds? Well, I guess it depends on the speed, doesn't it? So this is the concept that we want to talk about when we're talking about this motion. And we can see this clearly in Gans motion. And I've talked about this many times in the past. The Gans motion maintains a point in the water, and the water, of course, changes its density. So when you look at a beaker full of water, and it's full of Gans that is floating in that water, some of the Gans rises and some of the Gans falls. And some of the Gans keeps moving. A lot of the Gans settles to the bottom eventually. So what we have to understand, since the Gans can give and take and exchange energy in that give and take, so we understand that when we go to a lower density, that is magnetical, and that has a negative charge. And when we go to a higher density, that is gravitational, and it has a positive charge. In order to move, it has to give and then take. So it seems that we can only give in the magnetical direction, if that's the only direction. But we know that we can roll down a hill. But when we look at the Gans, some of the Gans wants to come up. And so if we look at the various levels in the water and just say those are different levels of density in the beaker, then to move from one level of density to another level of density, before you move, you have to give. And you give a negative charge. And then you have to take. Taking is a positive charge. So what you have to do is either give and take through attraction, or you give and take through repulsion. Either way, you're creating a motion. And so that becomes a gradient transition. And the steepness identifies the transition gradient. The greater the steepness, the faster the motion. But you have to give and take energy in the direction that you're flowing in. And the determination of the direction of flow, of course, is the relationship between the magnetical and gravitational field forces as it pertains to the environment. So that is the basis of the Gans motion. So the transaction zone could be like a racetrack around. And so it could be like the PM ticks coming together. And so you say, well, the motion along this racetrack in the rotating field is a field capture in its singularity, because you have the car and it moves to another position. You're still in that same car. So it's one and the same. So it's in singularity. But when you look at the energy exchange, then, and you see the dynamic plasma, which doesn't have this physicality, but it creates this zone. So you could say, well, I have this field capture and it's in singularity. That's the basis of the plasma. But look at this diatomic hydrogen. We have a relationship between two molecules, and it has a covalent bond. So in order to determine this hydrogen, we have to see, are the poles alike or are the poles opposite to each other? And so that's the difference between being orthohydrogen and parahydrogen. But we still have that covalent bond. And so each part of these two hydrogens is a transaction zone, and the bond itself becomes a transaction zone between these two transaction zones. But clearly we can see that not all transaction zones are alike, despite the fact that the original fields are identical. But something has happened to flip one of the poles. And it's not obvious because each one of these fields is a hydrogen. So why does one have two like poles and one have two opposite poles facing each other? And then that becomes the connection to the source. And how this is oriented is part of the field connection that we see manifest in carbon-14. And that's in a field that's near and dear to us here. But what's even farther, but still dearer, is our connection to the universe. And so we see the manifestation of the carbon-60. But that's not the end. There's still the Unicos and the creator himself, and more is going on. So can we say that the transaction zone is actually a field capture in singularity twice? So the red car moving from one point to the other point has a transaction zone to describe that movement. Well, the white car going from one point to another car has a transaction zone to reflect its movement. So each transaction zone is in its singularity, but within this field or track, we have two singularities. Is there a relationship between the two? Well, there better be, otherwise there's going to be one big crack up. So what does it mean when we have a dynamic plasma that represents a field capture in singularity? And we have an inertia field capture in two singularities. So now we have a different kind of transaction zone. So kind of like the example we used with the hydrogen, you have these interacting spheres, but you have a connection with the North Pole to the South Pole and the South Pole to the North Pole. And that polar point of view becomes a MAGRAV energy transfer state because the energy is going in two directions. And it is in this case, only from a polar point of view. But if we understand that the conservation of energy requires a balance from one side and a balance on the other side, then the mass point of view becomes a transaction zone between the two poles. So in other words, there's a polar exchange and there's a MAGRAV energy transfer to maintain each one. And this would be between the two spheres. So if we look at the radiance pole flipping, we see one pole is the feeding radiance and one pole is the feedback radiance. But as we found that through the vertical emission, the energy goes around the gravitational plasma in the core. And so in the emission, it's a magnetical plasma. But it moves. It moves. And in order to move, it has to be attracted to something. And so we have another magnetical plasma, which is gravitational. So the movement of the one magnetical plasma to the other position of that magnetical plasma is a transaction zone in its singularity. And then to move from that point to another point is another transaction zone in its singularity. So it keeps going. But it's not just one plasma going around. As you can see, there are many fields going around, many plasmas, many emissions, and many PM ticks. And then to understand where this energy comes to do this movement, we have to understand that there's a cosmic ray feeding. So the energy is coming in. But if it comes in on the magnetical side to offset it and keep it in balance, it has to come on the gravitational side as well. And in order to travel, then when we look at the travel through inner space, we find that we have a plasma core vacuum and we have a vacuum outside. And we look at our physicality and we say, well, we don't have a vacuum on the outside. Yes, but we're inside Earth space. But Earth space does have a vacuum on the outside. So we're in between the vacuum of the area beyond the magnetosphere and the vacuum in the core. And we can move around on this planet, but we don't follow flux lines like these plasma rays do. We move in terms of our physicality. But this magnetical plasma seems to move by using a transaction zone to go from one point to another point. So if we look at where this cosmic ray feeding is coming in, then it could come as a cosmic ray, or it can come as another plasma field. So if you look carefully, you can see that there's a plasma field in some nebulous point, and the interaction of that with magnetical field creates a transaction zone. And if we have a motion, it's not necessary to have a transaction zone between the first. It could be a transaction zone with another. And so the manifestation point of that transaction creates one magnetical field, and the manifestation of the other one creates another magnetical field in a different position. And so the motion of these magnetical fields also is a transaction zone. So looking on the right side of the picture, we have a transaction zone with another plasma field and a second plasma field. And the energy transaction between the inertia fields is another transaction zone, which facilitates the motion. And that motion goes around a track, which is governed by the interaction with the gravitational core. So the maintenance of the gravitational core is a transaction zone because it is stable gravitationally by having a magnetical and a gravitational field force facilitating that stability. And in order to create this magnetical field, there has to be a relationship between the gravitational core and the magnetical field. But since that magnetical field is moving, then when we look at the first position, there is a transaction zone between the gravitational core and the magnetical field. And the second point also has a relationship between the gravitational zone and the magnetical zone. And so that too affects the motion. So in other words, just the simple motion of the vertical emission of the magnetical force field to move around the plasma field involves an interaction with 5 other fields in this simple setup. And the net result is that the magnetical field will emit from the North Pole and come back into the South Pole and in some way has to move. And concurrently, because of the interaction between the magnetical field and the gravitational field, the entire plasma field has to rotate in its singularity. So is the rotating field exclusively a singular transaction zone? And is the magnetical field exclusively a duality transaction zone? In the simple form, you could say yes. But this universe is interdependent. So at what point do you restrict your field of influence? And can you exclude yourself from the universe so that you could isolate and say, these are the only transaction zones that I will accept, and I will not accept anymore? Can you do that in an interdependent universe? Well, I think not. And that's the whole point. Because energy is actually always in motion. So it's always positive. But the charge has to do with the magnetical emission and the gravitational absorption. And so this affects, as we said, the rotation, the speed, the strength, and the direction of the flow. And so somehow, some way, it's going from the magnetical emission to the gravitational absorption. And so it has to do this pole flipping to be able to move. So the transaction zone becomes important for motion. So it's not just to capture the energy in motion in a field, but you have to capture the energy coming in and you have to facilitate the energy going out. and the two have to go together, just as we did in the terracing with the gradient falling. So this transaction zone becomes this gravitational falling binding point, and it's an arbitrary point of view because we're not taking into account the other loose ends. They appear to be just terminal ends, but they're not. They're connected to other things. And what do you take into account? How many do you take into account? How big is large? What are, what are your binding points? So when we look at the core inertia points, we have to understand that there's a relationship because there's a manifestation of points of view. There are 2 points of view. One is gravitational and magnetical, and the other is magnetical gravitational. And so this transaction zone is that gravitational inertia point. That's the basic part of the transaction zone. And when you have these star inertia gradients, you see that they are susceptible to increase or decrease. So this transaction zone is only a product of what you're looking at. That becomes the gravitational inertia point, but it doesn't tell you the whole story. So this whole concept of duality is that you have to have these 2 points connected by a transaction zone. They work in tandem as a partnership. So it's all part of the fundamental twinity. And you can do this not only through nearness and proximity, but through field strength. And that would be the basis of the common denominator. It does not have to be the lowest common denominator. That's the point. So when we're looking at how ray motion is created, there's natural creation and natural decay. And that's the one area that we see. We say, if we see it, we believe it. But that is the product of a transaction zone, which is also part of a natural creation and a natural decay, which we can't see. So the transaction zone becomes that boundary and that bonding area. And if we can't determine it, then we just fudge it and say, well, yeah, it's there. We kind of accept it, but did you ever wonder why when you come into a building and the caretaker puts a slippery when wet sign, and so they've mopped the floor and they don't want you to slip in the water because it's still drying. And yet, when you look at a football quarterback, he licks his fingers before he gets the ball so that he can be more sticky. How can water make it more slippery and water make it more sticky? So this concept of the twinity, we started with 2 points of the nanotech, and we've seen the 2 points of the picotech, and then the 2 points of the star tech. So these are the beginnings of our understanding the twinity of the nanotech and the twinity of the GaNsTech. They operate by the same rules. So the connection, the bonding zone is that transaction zone. And so whatever you get from the interaction of these two fields is what is called that transaction, the exchange of energy. And, when you have different polyatomic inertia gradients, and then you start to connect multiple points together. And so each one has a transaction zone, which is either gravitational or either magnetical in relationship to each other. And then you can create a growth. And that growth is a kind of motion. So you have 1, then you have 2, then you have 3, or you have 1 and it moves to another point. So growth and motion are the same thing. They are a manifestation of the transaction zone, and the transaction zone then becomes part of what we call these dynamic plasma relationships. So you have this horizontal transmission, and we say you have this vertical transition, and that creates a transaction zone in the core. But you have this energy that is going around as a satellite, and the movement from one point to another point is a transaction zone. And that only affects 2 points, but there are multiple points. And so each movement of each point is a transaction zone. So now you've created a flow. And so this is the Earth space field, and the Earth space point is within that field. And so that creates that relationship. So if we understand the creation of free plasma, then we look at the star formation, the coming together of the hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon. That is a transaction zone. And if you look at another amino acid, that is another transaction zone. And so when these amino acids attract each other through this common denominator, that becomes a gravitational transaction zone. And so these are the building blocks of life. And you see that it's a structure within a structure, and they all have this magnetical gravitational relationship. So when we're looking at the carbon inertia highways and we see the relationship between the various fields, we have to understand that there is a complementary field in the background. And then when we look at fields in the background, then we see that, well, there's a complementary field in that background. So these are all multiple relationships and multiple transaction zones. And it shouldn't be a surprise when we see in the 603rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop this vertical alignment in terms of our relationship between the soul of physicality, and the physicality. So there's a vertical alignment between the soul and the physicality. And there's a horizontal alignment with the soul of physicality. And there's a connection. And the connection follows circular paths. It's not just a straight line from here to there. And if it goes in one direction, it has to have a complementary movement in another direction. So it has a complete circuit. And so we see that. And this is where we get this yin-yang, this infinity loop. So we see the one energy interaction between the soul and soul of physicality in the upper portion, and the soul of physicality and the physicality in the lower portion, and then understanding the connection between the physicality and the soul is another infinity loop. And so these all become transaction zones, transactions of energy. But there's another way to do that, and that's through the emission. And so that allows us to have an inertia field emission. And this allows us to have a capability of threshold crossing from one energy level to another energy level without losing the confinement of the field, without being destroyed, without being consumed. So we see that GANS flows in water, and water itself can exchange energy. So water can give and take. GANS can give and take. And so there's a magnetical energy and a gravitational energy, and the GANS facilitates that exchange. So this is important because we are bags of GANS, and we are a large portion, over 75% water. And the water that we have within us is a plasma water. And the GANS that we have within us is a plasmatic energy state. and the two interact and give and take. So they follow different MAGRAV pathways based on the gravitational intensity, which we call the feedback part of attraction, and the magnetical outintensity of what we call the feeding impact of repulsion. So the electron is the giver and the neutron is the taker. So I'm sure you can see the difference between the two. So when we look at this peace dome reactor, it can do many things based on its relationship. One, it can be a dimension point we call shielding, or it can be a dimension point we call a star positioning, or it can be a dimension point which we call possession, which is based on our physicality. So there are all these possibilities, and they're determined by our attention. So as we see, part of the community is the unity, and our unity is with our inner space. And so our inner space becomes a transaction zone because that facilitates this mental and physical bonding. The bonding is a zone. The soul and consciousness bonding, another zone. And the energy and intention bonding, that's another zone. So what do you give your time and attention to? And time and attention is going to be a major topic of discussion. Because when we look at the undifferentiated beginning, we see, well, the neutron came before the atom in the PM tick. And then the PM tick was an energy transaction zone. But the atom itself is a product of that transaction. And it came from the darkness within because it now manifests into the light. So the principal matter is magnetical and it's ubiquitous in the universe. And the coming together and convergence of all of these PM ticks, they create this antimatter field, dark matter field, and matter gen field. And the combination of those three come together as a plasmagen conversion. And it doesn't manifest in its physicality until it has a place to do that. And for us, it's Earth. And so our physical emergence is between the plasmagen conversion and the Earth space inertia field. And so our physicality is a gravitational MAGRAV created by the interaction of these two fields. And so we are that transaction zone where the plasma fields originally come together and each one has a relationship so that one is magnetical and one is gravitational. And they create this point in between where we have this manifestation. And so at this point, we're discussing the GANTs. So the GANTs is at that transaction point. And we did that when we made the cups of life. So this is how we have this gravitational confirmation of oxygen, because oxygen emits light in an emission spectrum. So it's crossing the threshold of going from that plasma state to that physical state. But oxygen itself is a non-visible gas. But it has a fingerprint which we can track. So this is all part of the matter-plasma dimensions. And we are in the process of retiring our understanding of the matter-plasma because we have achieved an expertise in the field of understanding physical science because we can touch it and we can see it. And we become overly dependent on that. And we totally ignored the plasmatic field because we can't touch it and can't see it. But it is still part of the matter-plasma dimension because it's a contributor to the transaction zones between the physicality and the plasma state. And so we are feedback dominant in terms of our point of view. And we're totally ignorant of the feeding. And that's actually a bit rude, but that is the way our society is working. And so we have an awakening that's going on across our humanity, where we are now coming to grasp this plasma matter dilemma, where we understand that the atomic state, nanostate, and GAN state are part of the physicality, and the plasma state is part of the plasma reality, but it too is a contributor to the Magrav energy transfer states that constitute part of the laws of conservation. So the molecular matter shows a communication link between masses, and that those masses are together through a covalent bond, which is a manifestation based on the magnetical gravitational relationship of the poles. And that manifestation is a transaction zone. So what you transact is what you're going to get. Excuse me. So from the basic molecular matter, we get into the atomic matter. There's still a bond between two masses, but now we see a splitting up from the neutron into the atomic state. And that is something we refer to as radiation. And it seems to be very attractive as an energy source. And maybe now we have some competition in that regard. So when we're looking at the threshold of matter, we have to understand that there's a singularity of each field, but there's a duality of the Magrav of the inertia field. So the transaction zone becomes the convergence of a certain point in the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And whatever that is, that's the threshold of the matter. And that will be the determination of its susceptibility. So the dimensions of the star formation are different points of view of each Magrav singularity. So the soul point of view and the soul of physicality point of view is creating this threshold of awareness. And when we cross that, we get this physical interpretation. And as most of us come to understand that it's the energy coming from the higher to the lower, then we end up with this collective point of awareness. And that manifests into a totally different type of star formation. And so we are on the verge of a unbelievable new technology. So we don't have to have and be neighbors. We are knowing by connection, because there's a contiguous connection throughout the universe, which adopts these feeding and feedback principles, but they're governed by truthfulness, fundamental truthfulness. That's the only way. So what are we looking for? To answer questions that we've had for generations. And we can understand our generational point of view through our parents and grandparents. And we have artificial intelligence, which can give us rapid generational learning. So our learning is not just, from our birth to our death, but we can have a rapid historical generational learning. But we are on the threshold of a transgenerational awareness beyond our immediate generation and connect to the teachings of the Creator. So one of the things that life is teaching us is how things work. But in reality, it's actually teaching us how things don't work, because too many of us are making too many mistakes. And so there's a reluctance to do things, because for each thing that you do is an opportunity to make a mistake. Well, that creates a paralysis. And the Creator creates motion, creates life. So don't worry about that. Making mistakes. Mistakes only teach you how to do things better. Learn from your mistakes and be confident in going forward, because we are dependent on supplementation that's due to consumption. But we now have an acquired knowledge which has exposed the conditional teaching by ancient teachers and shown the difference between the unconditional teaching by the Creator. And this is the 20% deficiency that we have. So we have a new awareness that is establishing this historical threshold between cosmic feeding and loose harvesting. And that's the cross which humanity has to carry as a burden, because there's an interaction between the soul and the physicality in its vertical alignment, and the soul of physicality in its horizontal alignment. We are crossing this threshold, and we're coming up with new results. And so we see in the 609th Knowledge Seeker Workshop how we're abandoning that overcompensation of our physicality and starting to list the services of our soul awareness. And it is becoming even more dynamic, because we're seeing the fingerprint of the amino acids of life in other forms. And so we're headed into uncharted territory, maybe, because we are the herd at the turning point. There are many stars beyond this nanomonatomic state, and they all cover a different range from decay to radiation. And so the AI is the ancestral intelligence, where we are that technology and we are the inertia product. We are the image of our dimensional convergence point. But that point is the transaction zone of what we've created. And so we can create another humanity inertia GANS shielding point to shield us from hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm, and from fear mongering, from emotional abuse, because they cause us to be leakers. And so it's hard for us to cross that memory threshold, because we're at that tipping point where we don't have that seriously long-term memory. So the freedom connects you to memory. And there's a lifelong memory, but there's a historical memory that's beyond our lifespan. And there's an ancestral memory, which is beyond our immediate history, through beyond our grandparents and great-grandparents. But there's also a universal memory, which goes right back to the universal order of creation. And so our ability to transition through these various energy states has a speed, a strength, and it's a way for us to transfer energy. So energy is portable. We can go from physical matter state to energy state. That's part of elevation. We can go from energy state to physical matter state. We do that very well, and that's part of inertia. So the elevation involves expansion, just like the GANS popcorn. So our understanding takes more into account. And so we can have these transaction zones with more. so we can be more and do more and be more effective. And so we are connecting better to this dynamic soul initiator, which comes from the soul of the creator and the interaction with the soul of the earth and the soul of the family of the humanity that's representative of each individual soul of the man, soul of the body, and soul of the cells. These are all part of the epitome of life. So all we have to understand is how to tune into the cosmic rays. It sounds simple, but it's the soul food that allows us to plug into the creator and receive the energy, turn on to its incoming flow, and drop out of the resistance and the fear and pick up that inertia point. How we do this is determined by how we provide the pattern. Our success in doing that is the success in how we get that energy. And the better the pattern, the more energy we get. And isn't that what we want? To contribute to that greater oneness. For 612 weeks, we brought the Knowledge Seekers workshops together. So we're at the point where we can suddenly transcend the limitations of nuclear science, which involves radiation with a negative context. But we are all nuclear. We are all dynamic. We're all very plasmatic. And we all have a great capability of contributing to the transaction zones. We're at the point where we can take the diamonds we create with the nanostate and manifest them to gold in mass quantities. And we do this with the transmutation of GANs because it has an affinity of truth. That happened May the 10th of 2025. That is this year. We have this imminent technology release because our beds are burning and the time has come to achieve a scientific rescue, transcends into a financial, political, and preservation rescue, to understand that we are seeking a consumption rescue, a creation rescue. It's all part of the knowledge, and we have that knowledge, and we're practicing with the transmutation test. The next test is coming up very shortly, and you can all be part of that. Well, you are automatically part of that anyway, because our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. Oh, is that a fact? We want to bring man as equal to all the beings in the universe by teaching the plasma science and technology equally to everyone, that no one is left out and no one is abused due to the lack of knowledge. So the one planet, one nation, one race event is all navigating around the World Peace Treaty, because that's our treaty. That's our understanding of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute's teaching on plasma science. We're welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers of this carbon nation, learning about the new selection process of the new organic plasma science. That World Peace Treaty is something you have to choose and mean it unconditionally, sign it sincerely. The point of the true Gans text is to cross these polyatomic boundaries. The peace dome of outer space can be your guiding beacon. And is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? Well, it all depends on how you apply it. It's time to learn the history of self in a universal context. The Gans is a peaceful superconductor of true intentions. That transaction zone uses the Gans tech for matter state, plasma state, and universal state. So let's keep the plasma science being delivered daily via the Peace Dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Okay, thank you, Alex. That's quite a bit to put under our hat. Again, many interesting concepts there, but it's for us to investigate and understand more. And thank you for providing this channel of teaching in a way. I had to think of you yesterday. Mr. Keshe was, I think there was a question number 3 about how does this 3i create gravity. And of course, Mr. Keshe said it's different than the way we've been taught. And it uses this field structure and not a matter structure. And then he referenced what you've often referenced about the acid and alkaline, how it's the same process, he said, as when this acid flips to alkaline or the alkaline flips to acid. By the energy of itself, he said. So I was thinking of you. And then he said, by changing the position of the fields plus the environment of both, in this interaction, he said, they create a black hole. He said, we can do this, but we don't teach it. So thank you for teaching it, Alex. Mr. Keshe was saying they don't teach it. He said it's like the way the planets are made. This interaction of the fields is not a dynamic system. He said he called it a static system. So the fields inside, I guess they don't create a rotation in a way, or not by rotating spheres. I guess he called it a static system. But anyway, I had to think of you. And then, of course, you've been mentioning the GANs. And of course, it's been disappointing to hear that that material is still waiting to be recognized by the scientific community as a new, in a way, matter state, even though it's not so new, but it would be new to have the scientific community start to recognize this. But thank you for your presentation, and let's see if the participants have generated any sort of questions or something they'd like to ask you or just share with us what they've understood. When you use these terms, the duality of inertia of the MAGRAV fields, it's almost, I was thinking, when I first heard the antimatter of the plasma, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I don't know what antimatter is, and I don't know what a plasma is. This is in the beginning of all these teachings. So yes, we're learning more and more. I'm not still fully sure I know everything about it. I'm sure I don't, but we're learning more step by step. So does anyone have a question or something they'd like to share about what Alex has shared with us? Well, anything you'd like to review, Alex?
I just spent an hour reviewing it. I think we have to understand that there's more than what meets the eye, and we have to have the confidence in that. Okay, this is really, really important because it allows us to navigate. You know, fundamentally, life is very hard, and most of us choose to make it harder. Let's say through drug addiction or alcoholism or something like that, or just making bad decisions. And if we were to understand that our physicality is based on our true intentions, then we have to admit the fundamental thing is that we can't lie to ourselves because we know we're lying. So, you know, who are you fooling? But we do see that, and sometimes we scratch our heads and say, well, you know, you talk a good game, but you don't do it. And you know, where do we see that most often? At New Year's Eve parties. Yeah, I'm going to quit smoking, but after the party. And you know, I look at when I quit smoking, and it was before the party, and people were looking at me strangely and said, like, you're not supposed to quit smoking before the party. You know, you have to, you know, inhale a full deck of cigarettes before you quit. And I thought, well, at some point in time, if I quit after the party, next year there'll be another party. And so would you say that I quit before the party? And or would I then say, I have an excuse, New Year's Eve party, I can smoke, and then I'll quit again after. Well, you're just fooling yourself in all regards. And I mean, we're all guilty of it. And one of the reasons for that is because, you know, when we had the parents telling us what to do, we did it grudgingly, right? Or when they turned their backs, we just went and did what we wanted to do, and we discovered ourselves whether we're right or whether we're wrong. So it just stands to reason that when your parents tell you what to do, they don't necessarily have the only correct answer. It's an answer from their point of view, and you assume that they have your best interests at heart. But the truth is that no one has your best interest at heart more than you do. And this is where we have to take comprehensive responsibility. And we don't want to do that. We'd rather pass it off because wouldn't it be better if someone else was to carry that as a burden? So what we have to understand is that a responsibility is not a burden, but it's welcome because it allows you to bring peace and prosperity into your life. And for some people, losing the opportunity to blame someone else for your failures is stressful. And I'm not really sure where that comes from, except that what I do see is that we are constantly reinforced with that notion. And, we succumb to it. So you need to have a strong constitution, to do it your way. And it's hard, especially when 100 people are yelling at you, this is the way you do it. And you say, well, yeah, but we've been doing it that way all the time and it's not working. So we have to change. And they say, well, that's the way we always do it. And it's always worked. It just doesn't work when you do it. Well, something's missing. And that's what we have to be truthful about. And that part is so hard for most of us. And the one thing that I like about the Keshe Foundation is that it is all promoting hopefulness because it allows us to be empowered to chart our own path and not be restricted to some density or destiny, density and destiny that is laid out by someone else, in their own, shall we say, mind's eye. Each of us has a mind's eye as to how things should operate, and life is for learning. And so every time we make a mistake, it guides us. I'm going to leave it at that, Mark. Back to you.
Okay, anyone would like to join the conversation? And we will listen to this more, this open discussion that was had. But very interesting, he mentioned about the breast milk and everything and how the mother knows or the breast knows. Somehow there's a communication between the child and the mother, and the breast doesn't always provide the same energies. It seems to understand what the child needs at that certain point. And this builds up a connection, but it also, this plasmatic system And that's what I thought he said. As you play the game, somehow these cosmic rays will see where you're short. It's almost like a measuring device and add what sort of maybe over time or gradually what you're missing in that understanding, perhaps. Again, this is beyond the teaching with the whiteboard and the blackboard and the rest of it. Using our vocal cords, there's some sort of plasmatic interaction that's going to start to take place, I think, more and more, rather than each one teach one type of thing. And he was saying this happens between the time of feeding with the child and the rest of this. The child needs vitamin A or vitamin D. Somehow the mother knows that and feeds that through the breast of the child. So it's just amazing that this will be taken into a much more, I guess, comprehension of all of us. This is part of the Enlightenment. I think we're going to all drift more towards the energy understanding, although some may not. They stick to the matter state of things. But so many beautiful things are going to happen in the coming period. As he said, look for that announcement from Mark Ray. But he did say it won't be a big bang next week or the week after that. But it's part of a process that will be started. So it's amazing how everything has been put together so precisely in a way, even though it still is jumbled in our minds, kind of how this whole thing is coming together, but it is. And again, when you carry this sort of understanding as a universal teacher, it all looks amazing to us, but this has been done before in the experience of Mr. Keshe over millions of years of bringing civilizations into the bigger family. This is all part of it. One of the questions I was asking earlier, Alex, is in another meeting, maybe I asked it here, was this group, were they aware that where they were planting the seeds millions of years ago, that perhaps, as Mr. Keshe said, we were seeded this way, did they realize that the universe was not providing the total amount of energies needed, and this creation would grow and go out into the universe and carry that sort of killing streak with it? And he said everything was calculated on their trip and the rest, or is this the way you work in the universe? Perhaps your first creation may not have been perfect and you come back and perfect it or add energies to it. He said it's in this part of the universe. So I was just wondering if they calculated that out. Obviously not, but I wonder why they're sort of planting in a place that would leave the soul indented. But maybe that's part of the bigger work of them creating newer versions or adding to what that creation that they started needed. And perhaps this is the time for that. Just a thought I had. Why would you plant and create? I mean, could we call it genetically modified? Not on their end, but because the universe didn't provide the energies needed to keep the soul or the physicality from doing funny things, to get the energy that it needs. Just wondering about that. Anybody want to make a comment?
You see, that's a very important question. It has always been confounding to me to understand why someone would strive to actually be in a worse shape than before. And the measure that was given to me is a basic question. Is the world a better place today for me having been here? And just take the time frame between the morning and the evening. And if the answer is no, then you have other questions to ask. But if the answer is yes, then that's a clear indication that you are on the right path. the stress comes in is when you start to be competitive about it. And, I grew up in a very competitive environment. And what's been very hard for me has been to minimize my competitiveness in that regard. And I'm starting to see success in that basis. The real turning point for me was when I understood this business about lying, because I had the personal dilemma when I knew that someone was lying, and I would almost automatically want to blurt out and say, "Well, no, 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 you're lying," but that would create conflict. And whether you want conflict or you don't want conflict, you have to look at what are the consequences of that conflict, and what do you hope to achieve. And you can ask that question into a lot of conversations. You have people who ask you a casual question, and so you wonder, like, why are you asking that question? Are you being nosy? Are you interfering? Or are you just having a friendly chat? And but there's some people who practice that as a way to, shall we say, try and appear in a more dominant stance. For them, it's always a competition. They have to always do things bigger and better than you. And there's no other better way to describe it than the American notion of keeping up with the Joneses. They have a new car, you need a new car. They have a riding lawnmower, you need a riding lawnmower, and it needs to be bigger and more powerful. And so it becomes a competition of acquisition. And for what? For what purpose? So for bragging rights, what does it mean to have bragging rights? Is it for show? How many people buy a new car to demonstrate that they have acquired something, better than others, to show off, if you will? Meanwhile, they can't make the payments, and they're burdened with anxiety. What does that achieve? It's not what I would consider a noble aspiration. But if you're looking at, let's say, a sporting event, your team is playing and you want to go down there and support your team, whether they win or lose becomes very important to you. Well, in the context of the league standings or that particular competition, or whether it's a so-called rivalry. But what about in the game of life? I was doing a show once, and a gentleman I knew had terminal cancer, and he was coming into my booth to look at the products I was selling. And I knew that he didn't have long to live, and none of the products that I had anything to do with extending his longevity. And I wasn't about to give him credit. So, I said, well, what's the point in discussing it? And is this what you do when you're counting your final days? And then in your final days, you say, well, I wish I had another day. Well, do you wish you had another day like the previous day when you were suffering? Or do you wish to have another day like when you were 20 years old, full of vinegar and energy and vitality? Is that the kind of day that you wish? Well, why do you wish that on your deathbed? Why don't you wish that all along? And so, you know, what can you do to improve your, shall we say, lot in life? And what is your lot in life? And then we now come with the notion that some people do have a shorter life expectancy because that was the arrangement, that was the deal that they made, that was the promise that they made to their soul. And when that promise was fulfilled, they completed their journey, they completed their mission. So would you attribute that to their faults, failings, and weaknesses? Or would you say that's mission accomplished? Or would you say that they made a deal and they fulfilled it and they were a contributor to the well-being of this planet? So we all have these choices, and then we can all measure them in our own way, but we don't measure them the same way because we all have the free will to do that. So when we have the free will obstructed, that's abuse. And why would you want to obstruct the free will of someone else? So in other words, if I know how to do something better and I tell you how to do something better, my goal is to improve your activity. But if you don't take it, if you don't take the advice, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to get upset? Am I supposed to get angry? Am I supposed to take you out into the alley and beat some sense into you? It's your choice. My choice is to give it. Your choice is to take it. If you don't want to take it, I've fulfilled my choice. So in essence, and I've mentioned this before, my teaching these classes, I learn a lot more from it than you do because I have to prepare these classes. I have to believe that I know what I'm talking about. And so it puts a stress. You know, it isn't just casual learning. And then from there, there's a progression. And frankly, it's become easier and easier. And as Mr. Keshe said last week, we've pretty well come to the end of the teaching. What we really have to do is improve the quality of our understanding. Well, there's the guidepost. That tells you where we're going from here. And that's why we're discussing the GANS tech in a different context. So we have to understand that all energy is exchanged as a transaction. So in our society, money is the currency. In our health, adenosine triphosphate is the currency. But in the universe, the cosmic rays are the currency. So if we understand this and bring it within our sphere of understanding and awareness and practical application, there is no question that we will bring peace and prosperity to this planet because it's automatic. When you surround yourself with peace-loving people, then it becomes peaceful. But if you surround yourself with warmongers, then you're just breeding a hateful environment because you need to have an excuse for being at war, don't you? Back to you, Mark.
Right, and you've always mentioned about this lying. Mr. Keshe said this is the biggest sin till about 200 years ago in Iran was to lie. And that's what we're going to close out with, that little clip about this thinking, speaking, and acting good is the cornerstone of life here and anywhere in the universe, apparently, but only you can apply it, right?
Exactly. Thanks very much, Mark, and thanks for everybody for allowing me to continue to make these presentations. I hope you're enjoying them, and I hope you make good use of them. And remember, you have to do it your way and within your capability and your understanding. But please continue teaching, because the rest of the humanity is desperately wanting to know. Back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to bring up a point or ask a question? Ed is prepared, and we put it in the chat. He's edited out the Chinese and the Portuguese out of that open discussion, so you can find that in the American Knowledge Team and other locations in the Keshe Foundation. Raphael said, "Thank you for your work, Ed." But more exciting things as the days and the weeks progress. Again, it's quite a bit in the hand of the Keshe Foundation, and hopefully some of the others will start to join. We'll see how this everything sort of shakes out with this other group coming in and so on. Did you like the word pirated? He said we're being pirated. I guess they're spreading their life in the solar system, and there's not much we can do about it. But he did use the word pirate, and normally that doesn't have a good connotation. But these are probably the good pirates to bring us gifts of enlightenment and peace and so on for this planet. Anyone else? All right, we're going to try and I'm going to take the screen if there's no other interactions. Let's see here. I'm going to just switch this over, and then we'll continue here. Oops, and that little part about the ethos of Mitra being the cornerstone of life here and anywhere in the universe is around, it comes up in a question which Mr. Keshe answers at this point, which we'll play, but let's just show. And again, I always thought the three wise men had some sort of deeper meaning. Well, we know, as we read in the holy books, the gifts to the child from the three wise men were not the gold, the incense, and the precious oils. That's all matter state gifts, but the gifts were the speaking, thinking, and acting good, which you can apply. And it creates, as he said, the 3I is creating a repulsive atmosphere around itself. In other words, any incoming things will get handled. And I think works the same way with your thinking, speaking, and acting. Again, we're not perfect. We're not robots. We fall. We need strength in certain areas, but we're moving closer and closer in perfecting this dimension of thinking, speaking, and acting good. And then, of course, you can be proud of the work you do. You can be proud of the person you are, and you can be proud of the difference you make. We're all making a difference, whether you're teaching or you're not. But it is beautiful to hear you say, Alex, we're all students and we're all teachers at the same time, just sharing what we think we understand about this knowledge. And I think our eyes are being more and more open. So the gift of the three wise men, again, something that only in a way you can practice, but I think the energies coming on this planet will make that process, as well as feeding and transmutation and so many of the other things, much easier to attain, perhaps. This is what I think. Again, it's a gift from the Creator, as I understand it, because all the created beings in the universe will have that ability to transit between the dimension of energy and the dimension of matter state, which never existed before. And as Mr. Keshe said, we're much closer than anyone could imagine, even those in the universal community. So apply the three wise men and share it and create that sort of field of repulsion around you. Not that you're repulsed by the others, but any of the things you're interacting with will not have that tugging or whatever, or pulling in the wrong direction of your emotions. And it's not an easy balance. The sun is doing it constantly, moving millions of miles to keep the entire solar system in balance in a way. So this is like a never ending process, but it does get easier as you recognize energies that come in that could upset you or do other things to you, that you can balance them out or again shield yourself from them. But it's up to you to apply that. Anyone else have anything else? I'll play the final disclaimer if I can find it, and then the meeting will come to an end. Are there any major events coming up that we know about? We have the One Planet, One Nation on Tuesday, the reactor group on Wednesday, and of course the teaching again on Thursday. And of course, as he indicated, we're going back to the time and some of the other things that have been discussed. So hopefully you're enjoying your trip with the Keshe Foundation, let's say, as we all open up all these new dimensions for ourselves. And then again, as Alex said, I think the world is hungry for this. They don't know what they're hungry for, but they know there's a gap within them that they've been trying to satisfy. And this universal teaching, or this university of the universe, seems to satisfy more and more of this longing for whatever it is we're empty of. And of course, we try all kinds of different methods to fill that, but they're usually short term, from marriages to gambling to drugs to alcohol to whatever. But I think this universal knowledge is quite satisfying in a way. It gives you that piece of the understanding, at least part of the totality and this process of creation, which we've all been, in a way, blinded to. All right, if there's no further discussion, we'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. Thank you all for joining us today. And we continue, we all are playing a role in this whole process, as he said. We're all carrying a very small corner of this very large carpet. So we're privileged and humbled in a way to be here and to be able to present and to share and learn more about our creation and our universe. Have an amazing rest of your day. We'll end here after this.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.